Very good evening and welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Week 8 finals here in Series 5 at the MODUS Super Series. By the end of this evening, we'll carve another name in the Champions Week Roll of Honour as the big occasion draws just a month away. Well, we're going to be analysing and watching all of the action this evening, as always this week in the company of Chris Mason, and always on finals night it's a shoo-in when the asset is involved. Paul, a very warm welcome to you. Chris, what a week we've enjoyed this week. We knew there was going to be some high quality because of some of the names involved, and at times they did not let us down.
Yeah, Spellman was absolute quality in Group A, and he basically won it in a canter, really. 28 points from a possible 30, dropping just one match to Jared Cole en route to enjoying a couple of days off where everybody else has had to really scrap and come through some adversity to make tonight's final.
You've been a big fan of the CDC system over the last few years, Paul, so was it a surprise to you to see Alex play in the vein that he had done this week?
No, I don't think so. You look at what Raymond Smith did in Series 2, people travelling vast distances across the planet to play here in Portsmouth. It doesn't hold any fear for them, that's for sure, but Alex has been playing a lot of darts at the minute, and he's been getting great success alongside some other North Americans. And I think this is just another way to see how the evolution of the CDC is helping North America be have a better footprint in the world of darts.
Yeah, and of course, we've seen him here before, and he reached a finals night. Didn't quite work out for him, but he's got the experience of that now. He knows he's in the World Championships in December, which must be a huge relief for him. It's obviously been a huge goal, and he'll be looking tonight to go one better than he did last time.
As you saw on that table there, he topped Group A, and he topped a high-quality Group A. Neil Duff and Jared Cole, well, they dropped into Group B, respectively. The other three players moved into Group C. They were divvied up then on Thursday and Friday. Group B was our centre of attention on the Thursday and Friday evening sessions, and the table looked like this. Neil Duff and Chris Quantock on 10 points each. Jared Cole getting through on 8 points. And it was a group of compare and contrast as far as Jared was concerned. He won all 4 matches on the Thursday. It was a flip-flop of that on Friday.
Yeah, those 8 points all came on one night. He didn't pick up a single point last night. Fortunately for him, we always say 8 points is pretty much there or thereabouts. It's going to get you in more often than it doesn't. And yeah, he dodged a few bullets with the way some of the results went in his favour. Could have been oh so different. Richie Howson left himself way too much to do with a real poor opening night, carrying an injury, of course, but played through the pain. But Jared on Thursday was very good. Had a bit of good fortune, but you know, often you make your own luck. But yeah, a worrying night Friday night. Nothing would go for him, and I feel Jared is one of those type of players. He plays on confidence and momentum, and he's not going to have a lot coming into tonight's finals.
But in some ways, the fact that it's a knockout-style tournament, can that actually help him evaporate from the back of his mind? Because he knows he's got to be on it right from the get-go tonight.
I actually joked with him earlier that he was saving his best stuff for Saturday night. And subconsciously, sometimes when you win 4 games on a Thursday and then don't think that you've got much to do on the Friday, you can take your foot off the pedal. And the urgency will return for Saturday night because he desperately wants to be part of Champions Week.
And we saw in there that 160 finish. I'll tell you what, it was so good. We've already shown it once, but we're going to show it again because I want to get Paul's take on it, because you tweeted about this in the week when this was pinned. And the fact that he had, look, the fact that he had the confidence to go for something like that when the bed's blocked says a lot about him as a confidence player. We've
seen on the PDC Pro Tour, Michael van Gerwen and Michael Smith have a match where they both hit a 120 checkout with 2 bullseyes. Now, doing that is a fabulous effort, but doing a 160 is just a little bit different. And I think the way he explained it to you on the balcony as well just goes to show that he thought he had one shot at it. He was better off going for bull than going for somewhere else in the board. And I think he made the right play, and the execution was just A+. And I think sometimes we just have to marvel at what dart players can do.
Yeah, I had exactly the same scenario over a decade ago. Playing Simon Whitlock, same situation. I've thrown a 20, I've looked left, I've looked right, I've moved side and side on the hockey. I just can't get a clear sight at the treble 20 and found ball, fortunately. And, you know, sometimes, as I say, you create your own magic sometimes, and that was a moment that will live long in the memory.
As far as Neil Duff's concerned this week, we've seen some really good stuff from him, but we've seen that odd off game as well. He's going to have to find some of that better stuff on a consistent basis if he's going to challenge tonight.
Yeah, I think he's I think he's the type of player that needs stimulating. I think it needs to matter to him to get the best out of him. When he's come back after an indifferent game and he knows that he has to pick up the next 2 points, that's when we've seen these big numbers from him. We've seen a lot of big numbers from Neil this week, and I think he subconsciously, this is sort of in preparation for the Worlds. He's obviously been working hard on his game, because at points this week, that's some of the best starts I've seen from Neil Duff. He's got the highest average of the week, 103.66. He's had several other averages in excess of 98 and a ton. And he's going to be, if he gets it right, it's all about getting it right on the night. And if he gets it right tonight, he's going to be a danger man.
As far as Chris Quantoc's concerned, we saw him play in the ADC belt match this evening. He actually lost out of a 93 average against Tom Sykes. The fact that he's played a game this evening, will that make him warm, or could that go against him as the night goes on?
I don't think he's going to dwell on the defeat to Tom Sykes in the belt match from earlier this evening. I think playing that will get him into a decent groove. He did not play poorly in that belt match either. We have to state that. But Chris and I talked a little bit earlier tonight about the fact that Chris sometimes can be a slow starter. Now he's got no excuses. I think the urgency that we're going to get tonight from these finals is going to give the best from some of these players, particularly Duff. I am with Chris on that. I think Duff is definitely the kind of person who would rather play on a knife edge than in a comfortable Monday afternoon where he knows he's got another couple of days. But as far as Kwani's concerned, I think he can go under the radar tonight, because there's definitely pressure on Spellman and Duff, and maybe even Jared Cole and some others. And Kwani could be the person who is the bête noire.
And the original Kwani, his father, is here, which is great for him.
Kwani will be hoping to put the other players' hopes in the Swanee this evening. Right, let's get to Group C then. This was the centre of attention on Thursday and Friday afternoon. Now, Bradley Rhodes, he was fourth in the table going into the final day's action, but completed the card. And one thing that we've been talking about in commentary, Chris, is how the attitude's changed, how he's not getting himself bogged down in games. And that really came to the fore yesterday.
Yeah, when he was here on debut originally, and it was something I picked up on, he was just too emotionally invested, getting too involved, getting too upset, and getting himself bogged down in his own emotions. And you cannot afford to do that in this game, because not only will it drive yourself mad, your opponents will feed on it. And when you're in an experienced group like this, any kind of weakness and they will jump all over. But my goodness, he was fabulous on Friday. 5 out of 5. Came through a real crunch match with Josh Richardson, and more than deserves his place. And remember, he went oh so close the last time he was here, only losing out to Neil Duff in the final.
How much of that experience of last time could be a help to him tonight, Paul?
I think it will be an experience that he can dwell on and say, I did a lot right to make the final. But we could also say the same for Neil Duff, couldn't we? Because how many times had he made a final before he got his first title? I think people's previous experience is definitely going to help people tonight, that's for sure. Maybe with the exception of Alex Spellman. So we'll just wait and see what happens. But I definitely think for Bradley, this week has been a real learning curve, and he's come out with an A+ for me.
Yeah, and we can't forget about John Worsley, who finished second in the group. For me, in terms of, well, the stats suggest he's one of the best 3 players of the group of 6 this week. He's had plenty of averages, in excess of a ton as well. He's the one that could go under the radar here tonight and walk away with the title, and we won't be stood here at 20 past 11 with a big shock on our face, that's for sure.
And he's got previous form in doing it here.
Yeah, he's done it before. He knows what it takes. He knows how to win it. He's a calculated player, quite calm on the hockey, and he's got game. He's got levels.
So those are the 6 players that made it through to this point. Let's confirm the 6 players that are here this evening. Alex Spellman, Neil Duff, Chris Quantock, Jared Cole, Bradley Rhodes and John Worsley. 4-1 will be a spot at Champions Week, and that is now just a month away. We are edging ever so closer to the big date. It is at the end of October and the beginning of November. Saturday, November the 4th is the big night. But as far as this week is concerned, those 6 finals are going to be split into 2 pools of 3. Now, each player will play 2 matches. The top 2 players will progress their way through to a semi-final, where it's going to be straight knockout from there. Having a look at the 2 groups, so we'll dissect both. We'll begin with Great One, Alex Spellman, John Worsley and Chris Quantock. Alex will fancy his chances, but we know, as we said before, how deadly John Worsley can be.
Yeah, listen, I was impressed with Chris Quantock tonight, as I was with Tom Sykes in the belt match that happened a little bit earlier. I mean, Tom Sykes averaged 97 in that one. There was 12 180s in the match. Although is all positive for Chris Quantock. He cannot afford to get a slow start against either Spellman or Worsley. So my pick out of the top two to come through Group 1 will be Spellman and Worsley.
Have to agree. I think the only major difficulty for Alex tonight is that when you win Group A, you've got to play Game 1 and Game 5, and you have got quite a sizable gap between games, but I don't think that'll faze him.
As far as Group 2 is concerned, Bradley, Neil and Jared, try, if you can, to dissect that.
Yeah, listen, I'd love to see Jared go well, but I can't ignore his performance that was so close to this finals night. You know, less than 24 hours ago. I just can't ignore it. So I'm going to go for Bradley and Neil to come through that Group 2.
I'd have to agree. They've all played a lot of darts this week.
Steady on, Nico.
All of them have played really, really good long format darts this week. 5 days in the bank. Is it a question of what they've got left in the tank? I think it's a very fair group.
Yeah, not just mentally as well, physically. You know, they'll be mentally, like I said, apart from Alex Spellman, everyone's gone through the ringer this week, so it's who's got that left upstairs.
Don't just keep agreeing on everything, will you, chaps?
We will disagree at one point. Don't you worry about that.
And I cannot wait for it. Right, let's see what the bookmakers think about tonight's proceedings then, because it is the type of night where you can possibly look at certain players and certain positions in the betting market and think possibly at some value. No surprise that Alex Spellman goes off as the 11-8 favourite, but is perhaps Neil Duff at 11-2 the most tempting one, Paul?
Yeah, very much so. You think about what he's done here more recently, the kind of shape he's in right now compared to what he was like in Champions Week around about 8 weeks ago. He didn't look particularly sharp when he played in Champions Week the last time, but he looked a lot better this week than then, and it's all about what he's doing now. And if he is the danger man at 11-2, then there's the value.
Now, I'm going to go for John Worsley, aside from Alex Spellman, who's the obvious choice because of how well he played on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. He's still got to prove himself. I think he's the most consistent. I don't think he's the most explosive player in this group. I don't think he's the one with the highest ceiling. Let's put it that way. But I like the look of I like the look of Neil Duff. I agree with Nico in that sense that he's just looked like really up for it this week. But it'd be boring if we picked the same one. So I'm going to go for John Worsley. Did
John Worsley get the memo as well to hit the 9-darter in the game as opposed to in practice? So in the game, please, John.
Yes.
And interesting with Neil Duff, I think there's a lot of parallels to the Lakeside Championship he won in the way that his attitude was during that tournament. He had this real flair about him. He was showing that again this week.
Yeah, a little bit of swagger can take you quite far. You saw early in that Lakeside campaign from Neil that he was saying, I am going to win. And that's always a strong statement. I am going to do something, not I hope I do something. So hearing from the players before they start tonight, it'll be interesting to see what kind of confidence they have. But with Neil, there's nothing short of brilliant confidence.
And just quickly in terms of Alex Spellman, we see players have that 2-day break, and some players perhaps don't quite know how to use that wisely. Do you think Alex is one of those players that will probably utilise that to his max?
Yeah, he's a very smart man, isn't he? And he's meticulous in his preparation, obviously. Because he's travelled over from America, it's probably been a huge advantage to him. He's got an extra couple of days just to adjust the jet lag. Yeah, he's not the kind of guy that leaves any kind of stone unturned. I rate him highly. I think outside of what we've seen from players like John Part, I think he's the next one in line to really do something big in the PDC. I think he has every chance. I think he has every element required to go on and become a bit of a star.
Well, watch this space as far as Alex Spellman is concerned. Right, it's time to see what you've been getting up to at home, because it is time for the Bet Builder. It's been a bit of a love-hate relationship with the Bet Builder this week, Mace, hasn't it?
When have I been wrong?
You've not been wrong.
There you go.
No Spider-Man pyjamas yet. Right, 5.5-1 is tonight's Bet Builder. John Worsley in the handicap betting to get the better of Chris Quantock 4-2 or better. The game between Cole and Ruse to go over 5.5 legs, and Neil Duff to get the better of Bradley at 5-6. You're nodding your head, Nico. Are you in agreement with that?
Yeah, I like the middle one. I think that head-to-head, it's going to be their 6th game of the week, and a lot of them have been really tight. So I think that one's pretty much nailed on, if you believe what you've seen this week already. Ruse against Duff, match winner to Duff. I think 5-6 is very fair on that one. But the top one for me, Mace, not so sure.
Yeah, this is getting bad, Nico.
Stop agreeing.
We're agreeing again, but no, he's bang on. I think playing that handicap betting a little bit early on in the night when that handicap betting usually comes in when we've seen everybody at a game. So you get a feeling for the players then of what their mindset is, what their form's like, how they feel, how they look. But it's not the worst one I've seen in the world for 5-1, I suppose.
We're both really looking forward tonight, aren't we?
Yes. Yeah, it's fascinating. You got just a real blend of players and styles and attitudes, and that usually cooks up a rather tasty broth, Nico.
It's where worlds collide. You've got CDC, you've got young, you've got experience, you've got a bit of everything tonight.
You most certainly do. Right, let's get the action underway on this Saturday night at the Super Series. And it sees Alex Spellman and John Worsley in action in the opening match of the evening. This could well be a heavyweight battle to kick-start the night. It's the American up against the Welshman. And early on this evening, I caught up with both players. Alex, back at a Saturday night here at the Super Series. A very good Group A campaign for yourself. Now you've had a couple of days to reflect upon that. How would you assess your play?
Monday felt really good. Everything was great. Tuesday, Wednesday, like I mentioned in a previous chat, I didn't feel like I had as much control, but I still found ways to win, which again, I feel like if I find myself in those positions tonight, that experience is going to help me. But overall, I'm very happy with my play.
Then you said you felt like you lost a little bit of control on the Tuesday and Wednesday. Could actually the couple of days rest actually benefited you from that perspective?
Yes, I worked on it for the last 2 days, and it wasn't anything like fatigue related or anything like that. It was just something mechanically, but I think I've corrected that. But you don't want to come into tonight tired, and I do struggle sleeping when I'm over here. So I just said with 2 days off, I'm going to get back on my normal schedule. So I've been going to bed around 4 in the morning, wake up around noon, and not playing until 7. It works for me. So I'm ready to go.
In terms of time, actually, how much of a difference is it compared to maybe start times in America when you consider the time difference, and a lot of tournaments do start early?
Playing tired is not something that I'm unfamiliar with. A lot of times if you make deep runs in later events, you might not finish until 1 in the morning. And then you got to get up at 7 in the morning to do it all over again. So it's not a huge deal. It's just over here and going to sleep when you have to, when it's midnight here, but back home it's only 7 o'clock. So I'm not ready to go to bed yet.
Second time here at finals night for yourself. Made the final in your previous appearance. How much would you like to go a couple of steps better from last time?
Last time I was here, I did well. I had a 5-0 day there. On Group B, I had 4-0, 4-0. Set a lot of people up for some good high expectations of myself on Saturday just for me to lose 2 straight matches. So I almost don't want to let other people down that are, expecting a lot from me. More so than myself. I know that I have a very tough group tonight, and would it surprise me if I don't make it through? Of course not. These guys are class. I watched every match the last 2 days. But do I expect to get through? Absolutely.
Whatever happens, we look forward to watching you play. Alex, good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
John, here we are, Saturday night again here at the Super Series. Looking forward to it?
Yeah, definitely, mate. So fingers crossed. Really looking forward to it.
Yesterday, when it really mattered, you pulled out some really, really clutch performances.
Yeah, I needed to as well because I thought I blew it at one point. So 3 good performances more than back to back, but you know what I mean.
Obviously, you don't want to be put in that scenario. You've got to have that knockout clutch element. But the fact that you've been through that well, can it actually stand you in a little bit of a good stead for tonight?
Yeah, I feel I get better as the day goes on. So I think I'm first on. So it's going to be tough first game, but I'll get better then, hopefully.
But of course, tonight, unlike the other nights, it's a little bit more knockout style, isn't it? So it's like a good start really is imperative.
Yeah, definitely. But like I say, the first game's tough. But then the second game, I should be getting more into it. But if I can win the first one, I'm happy.
You got previous experience of winning here in Portsmouth. How important could that be in proceedings this evening?
Yeah, it's just every day's different. So we don't know how. He's had, I think it's Spellman, is it? He's played brilliant Monday to Wednesday. I played well yesterday and the day before certain games, so I think it'll be a good game.
From the first time we saw you in February to now, do you feel like you've grown in confidence in your game in terms of where you are at now?
It's hard to say because obviously all these boys are playing week in, week out, and I'm just playing local league stuff at the moment. It's one leg, so it's hard. I can't play any PDC tournaments because I didn't go to Q school. So I'm happy with the way I'm playing, considering I ain't playing a lot of darts.
Well, we wish you all the very best tonight, John. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Alex Spellman is looking to change the record when it comes to American sport this weekend, and he is first up to the tee as he takes on John Worsley. It's a battle of the United States of America and a European player. I wonder where we've heard that this weekend. Right, let's get to the commentary box and to all of the action, which is going to be watched in the company of the former Players Champion Paul Nicholson and the Trice World Championship semi-finalist Chris Mason.
A very good evening, Henry, and welcome back, Alex. He's had a couple of days off. He might have been watching the Ryder Cup over the last couple of days.
Might be looking for payback.
Well, we will talk about that in due course because that's just got a bit spicy with a bit of a Rory McIlroy controversial rant about some hat waving. But there's no hats on stage because you're not allowed to wear a hat on stage in a Darts Regulation Authority event without having prior permission. So, let's get into it. The final of week 8. And we have John Worsley here, who has won a week before against Spellman, who is the favourite.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First flag is Alex to throw first.
A fairly lively favourite at 11-8 to win this week 8 finals night. And by virtue of dominating Group A, he throws the very first darts in tonight's
44.
finals night. And me and Nico, big Ryder Cup fans, so after what happened a little bit earlier, I want to see Neil Duff against Alex Spellman in the final.
Yeah, that would be wonderful. They're a bit like Joe LaCarva, the caddy, waving his hat against Rory. So we'll have a bit of that later. It could happen.
All right, back to this one, Nico. I was a little concerned. I think we both were. John Worsley was playing down his chances in this opening match, almost conceding that he might not win it, but fancies his chances in his second game.
Yeah, he was talking more about playing Chris Quantock and playing well in that game, as opposed to getting off to a hot start and taking out the favourite in game 1, which goes back to what I was saying with you in the pre-show Mullings about 95. What you say tells us about how you think. And it was almost like Womble was saying, well, I hope I beat Alex, but I probably won't, but I will beat Quanny.
45.
Yeah, and I get that. I've sort of had it once really in my career, playing Barneveld a year after he'd beat me, and I had such a good year, and I was playing at such a high level. I just on it, and it wasn't, it wasn't hype. What I said was, I can't see how he can win. I'm just playing too well, and that's how I felt at the time, and more often than not, that's how it plays out.
123.
That could have been our first 180 of the night, which would have left double 18. But this is for an opening 15-dart hold. It might even be 14.
Yeah, with that double 18 you mentioned. Usually very good at this.
Game shot on the first leg.
Very tidy start to the night. 15-dart hold for Alex. Once he sort of gets into that groove,
second leg, John to throw
he's
first.
Almost an immovable object.
He's got hieroglyphics all over his shirt.
Plenty of cats, and well, they have 9 lives, don't they?
60.
He didn't really spend any lives this week. He lost 1 game out of 15 in the first 3 days. And when you consider how many times that has happened in a Group A scenario in the last 3 years,
134.
We average 1 person every year doing that. Previously, Colin Osborne's done it in Southampton. It was done towards the end of our time in Southampton by Jim McEwen, who
47.
did actually have a dart to win all 15 games in Group A. But Alex Spellman is the first person in Portsmouth to get 28 points from a Group A campaign.
Yeah, he did it in some style as well.
58.
Worsley's got to put a little bit of pressure on Alex here.
100.
He's got to believe that he can put the American in a tough spot. The way that the European Ryder Cup team have put the Americans in trouble for tomorrow's singles. And we don't have any action here at the MODUS Super Series on Sundays.
99.
But I guarantee you, next week, is going to be quite spellbinding.
Yeah, sure is. Yeah, he went 8 matches unbeaten, Alex, and eventually went down
39.
4-2 to Jarrell Cole, who, well, they both averaged around 90, but Cole's finishing 4 from 7. Alex missed 11 darts at a double in that match, and that was his undoing, and that was the
53.
only game he lost in that whole campaign, losing just 1 match out of 15.
Just to emphasise the point of the format here in Portsmouth, here at the MODUS Super Series,
133. Alex O'Carr, 157.
missing out on Champions Week, you might only lose 1 game if that game's in the final. Spellman has been to a Saturday night before. He was not successful. He wants to get to the end of the rainbow
95.
tonight.
John
He does
O'Carr,
not want to be labelled
122.
as a bridesmaid in the same way that we maybe have labelled Neil Duff in the past.
Well, we did until he eventually won one. Well, that's 70 left. Well, he
82.
leaves tops, but
Alex O'Carr, 62.
is it too late? He took out 87 in leg 1. He's going to have 1 dart at tops for 2-0. Oh,
Game
that'll
shot in
hurt.
the second leg.
That will
Alex
hurt.
Spellman.
There you got such a lovely insight into how Alex will see the darts on the board.
Third leg, Alex to throw first. Game
Flat
on.
lie, leaning to the right-hand side. It's very Taylor.
Is my memory playing games with me, or did Alex not get out of the group the last time he made a Saturday night?
Rings a bell.
Yeah.
123.
We talked about the valuable side of experience. If you've had success here before, we expect you to do it again. And that's what we talk about with John, because he won week 1 of
95.
Series 3, beating Andy Hamilton in the final.
Yeah, in a tight final that went all the way, 4-3 to Alex.
And he's not the only person here tonight who has won a week in Portsmouth. We have got Neil Duff, who won
60.
a week in the previous series. And there's another person in the crowd here tonight who has won a week. A certain Mike Gillett is sitting out in the crowd.
60.
Bit of a busman's holiday for Gillett then.
Yeah, let's just go and watch somebody else under pressure for a change. I do believe Tom Sykes is in the crowd tonight as well after winning his belt match with Chris Quantock
What a
earlier.
game that was as well. 12 on 80s in that match.
174.
That certainly did live up to the billing.
And there's Josh Richardson as well. Everybody stayed behind to watch.
Yeah, well,
here today.
a fair few of them played in the vault this afternoon, and Jenks got the better of
140.
Neil
Alex
Duff
O'Carr,
and Bradley Roos
144.
today. Lost to the eventual winner in the semi-final. Not bad for Jenks. He's just been on holiday in Turkey for 10 days. Can't stay away. First day back.
64.
Got to go out for a game of darts. He is just darts, isn't he?
That's what he's all about.
If you cut his leg off in the bone, it would just say darts like you get in Rock.
His thigh bone's made
140.
of tungsten.
Alex O'Carr, 80.
Oh, this would compound the pain of Womble.
His bone marrow spells darts.
Double 10. Nobody likes double 5.
75.
He
John
doesn't.
O'Carr, 66.
Well, this has got to be called Route 66, hasn't it? Against the American.
It's his first dart at a double in the match.
Game
and
shot on the
that
third
is a
leg. John
well-struck
Lashley.
double as well. Had to stay straight. And the throw had to be perfect.
Fourth leg, John to throw
And
first.
that's
Game on.
a 15 dart break back. And, well, the worry, what it sounded like from John, is that he was not going to get going quick enough. Well, he's got something to build on now.
That wasn't an easy dart at
58.
double 18 either, because the way he stacks his darts, that dart on the outside of the 36 bed was not a marker.
No.
It was actually a bumper that would take it further away.
Yeah, they're the kind of
140.
darts you just throw with a bit more authority to just to make sure it finds the target. You can sometimes see people do it with the treble 20, and that's where it looks like they have a bit of a
140.
flyer, but what they're actually trying to do is crash in.
I do believe there are some Womble fans out there tonight.
Womblets, apparently.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He reliably informed
97.
Henry that they're Womblets.
I like a good Womblet.
And I did inquire if there was any Womblers. So we had both. Oh, I'm not going there.
I was going to make an omelette joke there with Womblet.
123.
But I'm not going to make any jokes about some very good fans of the Womble. Not even from Wimbledon. It's ridiculous. It's from Wales.
Only just.
120.
He's from Chepstow. Wants plenty of red, though, doesn't he?
That part of the darting
80.
landscape has
Alex
always had
Yokohama,
a mixture of
144.
players from either in the West Country, sort of Bristol area, and those just across the water. Especially now the bridge is free, of course.
Don't get much for free
82.
anymore.
John O'Carr, 100.
I was amazed when that happens. 62, left by Spellman. Be warned, John, he's already hit it.
Well, another one of those for a level game. Oh, not for the first time this
Game
week.
shot on the fourth leg. John Wesley.
Yeah, and a fist pump in acknowledgement, back to back. 15 dart legs. Yeah,
Fifth leg, Alex to throw first. Game
that
on.
7 bridge, Nico, was only meant to be a toll for until it was paid for. That was what the original
137.
idea was. Well, it went on a little longer than that.
Capitalism.
Exactly.
In a nutshell. Speaking of capital,
78.
£5,000 to the winner tonight. And that is even better in US dollars.
Yeah, and it's even better because not only do you win that £5,000, you take your place in Champions Week, where the winner takes away
95.
£20,000. Now that is a lot of dollars.
It is. £5,000 goes a long way to paying your expenses for coming back.
Yeah, and your expenses for Q score. It's a lot of Aussie dollars.
Tell you what it is, a lot of
140.
Hungarian forint.
Oh yeah, you've just been there, haven't you?
It cost me 1,000 forint for a Coca-Cola.
I'd be a multi-millionaire if I moved there.
102.
Could do with at least 2 trebles. Oh, narrowly
99.
narrowly
Alex O'Carr,
misses the
167.
treble 19. So that's given Spellman 2 visits to get rid of the 167. Well, I'm a little bit jaded, Nico, so
60.
I know I love my math, but I'm sure you're going to tell me how many Hungarian florent £20,000 is.
2.246 million. Yeah, inflation is a killer.
54. Alex O'Carr, 107.
Just trying to work out my weekly salary. I might move there. I might just have my wages paid in Hungarian florent.
Well, that was very, very close to a treble 16, which he eventually
88.
finds.
John
Had he
O'Carr,
found it, it would have been a
130.
dart 4 leg 5. Does John Worsley get one at the bull or double 5?
He's had a bit of a miscount, hasn't he, Alex Spellman? Oh, he's such a strong area of his game, and he's just worked out. Pressure can
65.
play
Alex
tricks with
O'Carr,
your
19.
mind, can't it? It goes to a bit of mush.
It's a good single. Double 4 to protect his advantage of throw.
11.
What a chance for
John
Worsley
O'Carr,
now to take the
65.
lead. In a game, he wasn't even thinking about winning.
It's always reassuring when they need a big number and it's bang in the middle.
One dart for 3-2 and a break of throw.
He's been good on top so far.
Overall, 2 hits from 3. World class.
45.
Very, very
Alex
close.
O'Carr, 8.
And we may look back in a couple of minutes' time and He may have missed a trick.
Game shot of the fifth leg.
Spellman
Alex
steps in
Spellman.
and says, "Thank you very much. I will take those all day long and twice on a Sunday."
Sixth leg, John to through first.
Saturday.
Game on.
If we're playing on Sunday, it means that the final's gone very, very long.
Or we're not getting a day off anymore.
Used to be
140.
the time that we'd have our final at around about 1:30 in the morning. Just want to take a little bit of an opportunity to say congratulations to everybody who's played at the WDF World Cup over the last few days, and
140.
particularly today to our good friend Barry Van Peer, who's been crowned World Cup singles champion. So anybody who has got a medal at the World Cup in
100.
Denmark, or someone who has won, many congratulations.
Yeah, so Barry Van Peer this year has, well, he's won a few tournaments, hasn't he? He's going to get his tour card via the Challenge Tour.
95.
Do you know what he couldn't do though, Nico?
Couldn't win here. Won Group A. Didn't win. Are you listening, Alex? This might be just as hard as anything at this level. Because
54.
Van Peer won on the Challenge Tour, top of the order of merit. World Cup singles champion. Dutch Open champion in the last year and a bit.
He's had some good runs on the Euro Tour.
Indeed.
99.
Hasn't won here. This is hard. This guy has.
He wants to do it. Well, it was so nice. He wants to do it twice.
43. Alex Wakar,
But
167.
he is now up against it. And how different could this game have been had he found tops?
$93. John Wakar, 164.
He's going to go the traditional route. It might work. Not quite. He really wanted to look at the bull, and look at Spellman in the background now licking his chops.
Yeah, he wants to give this his full attention. 74 is no gimme.
96. Alex Wakar,
He could
74.
only end up with one at a double if he doesn't find the treble. And it is going to be one at tops if he finds 20. And that's perfect. That is not in the way whatsoever.
34. John Wakar, 68.
He fluffed 65. This is a must get.
One dart double is what he gets. It's tops again,
48.
and this one
Alex
is not
Wakar,
close.
40.
So Spellman gets the chance for 4-2 in the opening match on the Week 8 finals night.
Game shot
He
and a
doesn't
match.
need asking
Alex
twice.
Spellman.
He'll have to wait for his second game to see what he needs to do against Chris Quantock in Game 5. But an ideal start for the man with the hieroglyphic dart shirt. And it's a very good performance as well, averaging over 92 and 40% on the doubles. Just a little bit too good for Worsley, who did have his chances. After the break, we will look at the world champion, Neil Duff from the WDF. He's up against Jared Cole, and that will start Group 2.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Alex Spellman get the better of John Worsley by 4 legs to 2. Couple of days off has made no difference for the Jackal as he gets his campaign off to the perfect start. John Worsley is going to have to beat Chris Quantock in the middle match of Group 1 to stand a chance of qualifying through to the semi-finals. Right, we're going to park that action just for now and get the action underway in Group 2. It's going to see another renewal of the rivalry between Neil Duff and Jared Cole. It's going to be the 6th time that this pair have met this week, and they've definitely had some battles along the way. Neil winning the group in Group B yesterday evening, and I caught up with both players prior to the action getting underway to get their assessment of their weeks. Neil, here we go. Here we are once again. Saturday night feels like a bit of a routine for you now here at the Super Series.
Yeah, it's not too often that I actually don't make the Saturday night, so yeah, but for the likes of myself or overseas players, financially it's the incentive to get the Saturday night. Obviously everyone wants to get there, wants to win one, but I think I played enough good stuff this week to deserve to be here.
I was going to say, you've had a bit of time today to reflect upon the week. How would you assess everything overall?
I think I'm pretty happy with my game. Obviously there's them times where I just completely switch off, and like my first match last night, just couldn't hit a double. It's like I'm taking 1 3-dart check outside for fun. I've been doing it all week, you've seen it. But if you give me 3 darts at 1 single double and I can't hit it, and it's annoying me, but at least I know what's wrong with the game and I can work on that.
In terms of tonight, does a scenario like this play into your hands, the way that you approach the game from a mental aspect?
I'm not one of those ones that would kind of try and break down my game or what's in front of me. I kind of go out, it's like round robin, and you hear these ones and they're counting scores and what legs they need, and I don't. I just go out and win and keep winning. So yeah, for Champions Week's another big incentive for me, so that's what's going to be pushing me on tonight.
The first time was so nice. How would you like to do it twice, especially in preparation for that Lakeside defence in December?
Yeah, you kind of watched a wee bit last night, and Chris and Laura touched on the kind of form that I'm coming into. I kind of reckon I'm hitting the bit now where I'm going to be hard to shift at the Lakeside. Kind of the start of the year, I wasn't playing how I should, and but I think maybe it's a lot to do with MODUS itself, because you come down here, it's a good group of guys, so any nerves is kind of gone in the players' room because everyone gets on. So then you just go out and do the business out there, and it just makes it 10 times easier.
We look forward to watching you play this evening. Neil, good luck.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Here we are again, Saturday night at the Super Series. It's been, fair to say, a roller coaster week for yourself.
Yeah, a lot of highs and a lot of lows. Obviously, last night was not what I wanted, but I'm here and I'm I feel much better tonight than what I did last night. I think the headspace is different now. Obviously, it's do or die as such. It's Saturday, so hopefully it comes through on the dartboard.
Do you almost have to treat this as a new competition entirely on a Saturday?
Yes, I mean, it's a knockout tournament on a Saturday. You win, you're in. If you don't, you're going home. So ultimately, this is what you're building up to, and the fact that I'm here means that I've done enough during the week.
In some sense, it can actually relax you as a player, knowing that you have this almost knockout element that you haven't got any room for comfort on a Saturday.
I guess in some ways, it entirely depends on how you look at it as a player, in my opinion. But everyone's different. It really depends on what you think is the sort of answer. Like, I like to sort of psych myself up for a Saturday. As you know, I love a crowd. I love an atmosphere. So hopefully I can create one tonight by playing some good darts.
Come close on a couple of occasions here at the Super Series. How much would you like to get that first weekly title under this roof in Portsmouth?
Yeah, 100%. Really do want a weekly title, but I guess it's sort of like trying to control that feeling of wanting it and making sure that you get it. I believe that I can win this tonight, but also there's another 5 people in that room will think the exact same thing. So hopefully I'm the one standing at the end of the night, but whoever wins it's going to have to play well. So good luck to everyone.
We wish you well. Jared, good luck.
Thank you.
There was an awful lot of hope in that interview there from Jared Cole. He's got a lot of experience for a very young age, but he's up against Neil Duff here for the 6th time this week. The man who is over 59, and he did play in the World Seniors Championship earlier this year. He's still the WDF World Champion. How much longer will that be the case? Or will he be a 2-time champion in the coming months? His first mission, though, is to try and be a 2-time weekly champion.
And Jared's ambition will be to beat another world champion on the TV, which he did, of course, in Martin Adams in the last WDF World Championship.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First flag, Neil
So in a funny sort of way, Jared did him a favour
Game on.
by getting Martin Adams out of the way really quickly. Duff has been good this week. He's looked sharper, in my opinion, than the last time he was here for a
16.
weekly campaign, which was the Champions Week of Series 4.
Yeah, 100%. I've been really, really impressed with him this week.
43.
On Monday, match number 2 had a 96.04 average. On Monday, he also had 103.66. Yes, there was a
100.
bit of a range in performances, but he had them in the locker. On Tuesday, the standout performances
134.
included a 94.5, and that was in defeat to Alex, and he was 6
100.
at a double, and they were all costly. He also had an 88 and an 85.
45.
On Wednesday, that a theme continued. He had a 97.62. He missed 6 at a double in that match, but still an average of
140.
97, an 87.5, an 88, 101.8, and a 93.5. I mean, that's some solid darts over the course of a day.
Yeah, it genuinely is. He's going to hope he's got another visit coming.
53.
Well,
Jared, your car,
I
139.
don't mind going for the bigger target in that situation.
He's going to have the
70.
pick of doubles
Your
now.
car,
You
48.
can choose double top or double 16 here, but we know Neil. He doesn't mind which double he has to go for. That's a super guide,
16.
and rather
Jared, your car,
unfortunate
69.
not to get it.
An early opportunity to break throw. Single 14 leaves tops.
Game shot on the first leg. Jared Cole.
Steps in and punishes a la Alex Spellman.
You said it earlier tonight. You think that he's a momentum and
Second leg,
confidence
Jared, your
style
first.
player,
Game on.
which means he needs to start well. That is a pretty good start. Breaking in 18 darts. He's got something to build on. However, I just want to go
42.
back to the head-to-head record between these two this week. The best performance of Neil's week was beating Jared Cole on Monday by 4 legs to 0, 103.66 average, which you just mentioned.
100.
The next 3 days they played, Jared Cole won 4 legs to 3 every time. But then
59.
Duff turns it around yesterday by getting another sizable victory. It's a really interesting head-to-head for the week, isn't it?
Yeah, and what we were talking about in terms of sort of Neil Duff's
60.
mentality on Thursday in his Group B campaign, he started with a defeat, 83-84. His response was a 4-0
59.
drubbing of Richie, where he averaged 98.56, 4 out of 7 on the doubles, a 1-2-1 finish. He then had an 85 and defeat to Jared again.
140.
His response, a 95.27, a 4-2 win over Chris, 4 out of 12 on the doubles and 3 180s. And then it comes back to
41.
that mentality, loses one, goes back, gets switched on, comes out and produces. His game is more suited to knock out darts. And when you think about defences,
100.
as we say, he was trying to defend the Worlds. Recently in Australia, made it all the way to the final, only defeated by an absolutely incredible Andy Bartons, wasn't he?
Andy Barnes
100.
is incredible.
The other car, 101.
One of the favourites for that Lakeside title. Interesting play there
61.
from Neil. He went a different route on the 101 that time.
Well, with Jared Cole back on 200, I just totally get the math in that, because ultimately you shouldn't
100.
stray
Really
anywhere
can't
outside
fancy.
the 25. So by going that route, he guarantees himself
Game
3
shot
at
on
a
the second
target,
leg. Nailed off.
which he utilises perfectly with a 16-dart break back. I think when your
Third leg nailed
opponent's
it
on a
through
finish
first.
and you've got
Game
2
on.
in hand on 82, go for the bigger target, go for the treble 14.
Straight yes or no answer on this one. Neil Duff has won 13 games from
40.
23 this week. Is he happy with that?
No, but I think he can sometimes. Well, I think you
100.
summed it up perfectly in the build-up. You know, sort of Monday middle matches, and he sort of goes through the motions until he hits that point of annoyance where the response is to come out, and
70.
that's followed a pattern. The pattern, every pattern I look at it's sort of good performance and then goes off the boil. In fairness, on Friday, and here's another
140.
example, he has to really turn it on Friday. Starts with the defeat with an 88. The response, a 4-1 win over Jared with a 98-25. Next time out,
60.
a 4-1 win over Richie with a 98-23. And secures his spot in tonight's final. Playing a fairly dead rubber, plays against John,
131.
wins 4-1 with an 82.5.
I think one thing that really sticks out in my mind from Neil's week, and it's something that most players who aren't at his level would really
41.
chomp on.
Got a car 130.
In both groups he played, he won more games than he lost.
Yeah. I mean, we talk about reactive players like James Wade.
90.
Neil Duff is more reactive to the situation, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, I love talking about situational pressure. Can you respond to now?
140. Got a car 40.
Yesterday, Jared did not respond
Game shot on the third
to
leg.
the now,
Jericho.
but that 13 darter means he is responding to this now.
Yeah, and it is
Fourth leg Jared through first. Game
exactly
on.
that what Neil did yesterday. Loses his opener, knows he's got to win the
90.
next 2 to ensure qualification for tonight. And what does he do? Goes out and does the business.
Now, watching the King of the Castle last night when he was playing Richie Howson early in that
59.
campaign, I noticed that he was straying into that 5 segment an awful lot. Now, he did so twice in that opening visit.
59.
Yeah, well, the last time we commentated on Gerald Cole, we did notice I think I tried to describe it as
100.
a spinner, you know, in cricket where they spin the ball and rotate it, and sometimes he's guilty of his hand just rotating
59.
around towards that side of the board, which, of course, the direction of travel upon release will take him there.
Yeah, look at the angle of the forearm
140.
of Jared Cole as he approaches the board here. His elbow is actually left of centre as he looks at the board, and the hand
95.
is to the right of the target. He's actually throwing with a crooked action, which means that the timing of that release has got to be spot on, otherwise he's going to hit the 5. First 170 of the night. In fact, we
170.
haven't had a finish of 170 this week.
Now, 2 167s.
60.
Yeah, where
Got a
the
car
elbow
32.
points is pretty much where the hand end up, isn't it? That's just physics.
Game shot on the
Well,
fourth
it was
leg.
a
Nailed off.
13 darter, and we talk about reactive play, Nico. Break of throw for Jared, break back from
Fifth
Neil.
leg nailed it through
Another
first.
break
Game on.
in 13 from Jared. The response, a 13 dart break back for Neil.
I can't believe Neil Duff
59.
has played 4 games or 4 legs tonight, and I still haven't made a Duff man joke. Plays right into my wheelhouse being a Simpsons fan.
140.
If you watch this back, Neil, and you have won for the week, and you haven't said, oh yeah, I'm going to be very disappointed.
85.
Having said that, no matter what happens tonight, if he doesn't win here this evening, he will be very disappointed indeed. He would love to come back
93.
in around a month for the Champions Week. Champions Night here for Series 5 will be November the 4th, and we will be hoping for fireworks the night before fireworks night.
Yeah, for those that don't understand
85.
the rules in terms of how many times you can play, in each series, which is a 13-week series, you can have one full week
58.
and one Group B or one Group C. And that's it. The players get no more than that. The only time you may see a player getting an odd extra day is if someone's sick or they have to pull
105.
out, and you may get a player step in. Apart from that, that
41.
is your lot.
Neil the car 167.
Jarrett is really disappointed to leave 169 here. However, Neil is very happy about it.
Yeah, it gives him 6 at 167
100.
and rescues the situation with a great recovery dart. Dart 3 finding the trouble 20 to leave 67.
57. Neil the car 67.
I don't think he's going to surprise us with a treble 9. Oh dear. Risky. Very risky.
47. Jared your car 112.
Do you think he even looked at the Jared Cole score?
I wonder if he did. He might be looking at something different now. Where's
James on
that
the
come
fifth
from?
leg. Jared Cole.
Look at Duff, man. I don't blame him for feeling that way. He can't get rid of this kid.
And yet
6 leg Jared
another
to throw first. Game on.
break of throw, Nico.
Astonishing. 3 breaks of throw for
25.
Jared Cole. 2 18-darters and a 13-darter.
The timing of that 112 out.
You might not see a better finish here this evening than that. He actually hasn't missed a double yet. He's 100%. And
100.
for the young man who is a qualified chef, he's cooking up a storm here. There it is again. That
95.
veering into that 5 segment. He's got to be very careful with that.
Yeah, and all it may take is just a slight change of hockey position, just to stop him having
135.
that ability to go around the action.
He probably thinks where he's standing, he's middle of the hockey.
58.
But because of the way his arm leans and the way he leans with his body, he's actually quite far right of centre.
Yeah, Neil Duff, the complete opposite. He sort of leans in and left, doesn't he?
99.
I think you can tell that Neil is very right-eye dominant because his face is almost side on.
Yeah.
39.
Yeah, and
Neil
there's
the car
those fives again.
167.
No prizes for guessing Jared Cole's favourite poker hand. Pocket 5s.
45.
He's going to need to go all in here.
See, he's not his actual head is not far off the middle of the hockey, but like I say, the body is
134.
almost
Neil the car
contorted.
122.
When you look at Neil, he is well left and then leans even more left.
Well, Jared's left 150 here.
62.
I wonder what he's going to do. He's had a
Jared your car
160 with 2
150.
bulls.
Well, in practice, Nico, the practice darts they have before the match begins, and
70.
while
Neil the car 60.
while Henry was teeing up this match, he missed double 18 for a 9. But he didn't go his promised route. He hit the
40.
180 and
Jared
the
your car
3
80.
treble 19s to leave 150. Didn't go for the 3 balls, but did miss the double 18.
Is he going to stay perfect on doubles to beat Duffman on tops?
60. Neil
Flicks the
car
flight on the way
20.
through, and it might have cost him.
I'm surprised he didn't go right.
5s. How
Game shot on the
ironic.
6 flag.
Well,
Neil Duff.
This week, Neil Duff has lost over a handful of matches, just like this one, where
7th and final leg. Neil
he's
to throw
looked to
first.
almost
Game on.
have got complete control, or could be in control. And a moment like that 112
100.
then denies him, but that's 6 breaks of throw pull.
You don't see many games with 7
125.
breaks. Neil Duff, and I hate to use this word because it almost sounds hopeful. I'm trying to stay away from hope
100.
this evening. I'm going for people who are sure of themselves, but right now Neil Duff is praying
doers, not hopers.
48.
And he's praying for a hold. If Richard the Lionheart played darts, he'd say, "My kingdom for a hold."
100.
So far, so good. Very steady. 3 tons. Can Jared catch him?
An old school red pen leg, Nico. Incoming.
The old
134.
5-ton game. Is he going to stay on track for it? Oh, he's just got ruined it.
105.
It's the right thing to do, but at the same time, we're all left bereft. We wanted the 5-ton game.
All the old
58.
canny Super League players
Neil
are out there
Lucan,
going,
96.
oh, what's he done that for?
Somebody get the black pen out. Beautiful dart. Could be a beautiful result. And if he
78.
loses this game
Jared
to
Lucan,
this shot,
136.
leave him alone.
Well, he's had nearly 3 times as many darts at a double than Jared Cole. Oh, no. Yeah, don't blame him.
96. Neil Lucan, 18.
Same shot with that 160. He hit the bottom left corner, and it's
Yeah.
not a kind guide for him.
He needs to start on the right side of the treble 20, ideally, and build right to
Team
left.
shot
As,
in the match. Neil Duff.
well, Neil Duff builds left to right to find the double and get the win 4-3. And if you're going to lose in this format, only lose by the narrowest of margins. But Neil Duff with an 84.74, a little bit better than the 81.55 of Jarrod Cole, but it's Neil Duff that makes a winning start in his Group 2 campaign. When we come back after the break, we return to Group 1, and John Worsley's back in action against Chris Quantock.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Neil Duff has got his campaign off to the perfect start. A 4-3 victory in a tight, nervy affair with Jarrod Cole, the only holder throw coming in the 7th and deciding leg of that one. Right, we are going to park Group 2 for now, because we're going to go back to the action in Group 1. And John Worsley is taking on Chris Quantock in our third match of the evening. Worsley, who lost out 4-2 to Alex Spellman in the opener, needs to win to keep his hopes alive. Up against Chris Quantock, who was involved in the ADC belt match earlier on the scene. Didn't quite work out for him against Tom Sykes, but he is looking for the title here at the Live Lounge when it comes to the Super Series. And earlier on this evening, I caught up with him. Chris, here we are. Finals night here at the Super Series. Second appearance for yourself. First appearance here at finals night. How much are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, I suppose I'm hoping it'll be good. Oh, I mean, I have no idea. I'm just going to play each game and just hope whatever I produce just finally does enough.
How would you assess your last couple of days overall?
I think I played relatively well. I mean, I could just stop the whole, start off a bit better to start with. I mean, a bit slow at the blocks, but if I can play like I did this earlier, then I'll be happy.
As you say, you played in the ADC belt match. Just unlucky, just missed out to Tom
Yeah.
Sykes. But the fact you've had a match under your belt, do you feel like you're going to be warm and possibly that could count as an advantage this evening?
All I can say is, hopefully, hopefully it will. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, a bit more warmed up on the stage, I suppose. Bit of luck, it'll all stay there.
I get the feeling you've got quite a laissez-faire attitude. Of course you want to win, but I get the feeling that whatever's going to be is going to be with you.
Yeah, that's it. Like you say, everyone wants to win, don't they? But it'll be what it'll be. You know, you can't change something that happens. So I'll try my best, and if it works, happy days.
We look forward to watching you play. Chris, all the very best.
Thank you.
Welcome to the land of hope and glory, everybody, because we are going to have some glory at the end of the night, but there's an awful lot of hope out there, especially from the likes of John Worsley and from Chris Quantock. He was emphasising that word, hopefully. You've got to make your own destiny. And the words of the Italians, la crede nel destino. Do you believe in destiny? Well, some people do, some people don't. I believe you create your own destiny. What about you, Mace?
Bilingual Geordie. Hey, whatever next. Well, while we're on the Geordie theme, well done the tune. Giving Burnley a
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg is
2-0
John to throw
spanking
first.
this afternoon.
Game on.
Well, this one's more of a... You'll have to help me out here, Nico, in Yorkshire clubs. And does Chepstow have a football team?
No, they're into horse racing, aren't they? They've got one of those
Oh,
tracks.
yes, they do. But their most recent two meetings will focus on Group B. It was a 4-1 win for Quanny on Thursday, and then a 4-2 win for John Worsley last night. So I've seen enough of each other to know about each other's game enough, that's for sure.
Yeah, two players who have held tour privileges within the PDC.
Yeah.
And have had some good games.
123.
But maybe at that level, at the minute, or maybe within their PDC careers, where they were not quite good enough to keep their tour
100.
privileges, but still very capable of high-level performances every now and again.
Yeah, but it's a
83.
It's a very deep pool, isn't it, in that Pro Tour, as we both know. And if you're just off the pace, you get found out very quickly.
And one thing we do know for John
80.
is that if he loses this game, he is out the door.
BFH.
Quanny will be through without even playing two
93.
games.
Yep,
John
you'll take
O'Connell,
Spellman
130.
through with him. A win here. It is a must-win game for Worsley, and then it's a fingers crossed job when Alex faces
58.
Chris
Chris
Quantock in our
142.
final match of Group 1. I'm very much like... Oh, he's bust.
No
What
score.
a disaster. Back to 142.
John
I'm very
O'Connor,
much like
72.
Quanny. John Worsley. Jarrod Cole's not going to have too much time to dwell on defeat because he's up in the next game. Tops for a hold. It will feel like a break.
32. Chris Yukar, 142.
As you saw, Quantock scored 148 in an attempt to get 142. I thought that getting the 60 for double 11 was the right shot.
44. John Yukar, 40.
But you saw the pitfalls of hitting the double to the
Getting
north.
shot on the first leg. John
They don't
Worsley.
come far more north than double top, that's for sure.
Second leg, Chris to
I don't know whether you
first.
know
Game
this,
on.
Miss, but John Worsley is a dart shirt collector.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's got one of the best dart shirt collections in the country. He's got a
Wow.
lot of different ones, a lot of really good one-offs as well.
I didn't know that.
He's also made a lot of dart shirts
101.
in his career. You can see from this one, he's actually got the MODUS Super Series on the back of it as well.
I like that. A lot of the top
83.
pro players now are having their shirts done with whichever Euro tour it is and whichever TV event it is. I like that. It's a nice touch.
85.
Now you can see MODUS Super Series at the bottom, underneath all of the other paraphernalia on that shirt. It's quite a busy design.
58.
Corny's more of your no-nonsense kind of guy, especially with the nickname. You just take half of his name, stick a Y on the end, and you got a nickname. Corny. And not to nick the words of Henry Deacon from
140.
earlier, but Corny doesn't want to go down the Swanee.
No.
140.
Though in effect, Quaney gets 2 bites of the cherry, really, doesn't he? Worsley's already had one, and it ended in
135.
defeat
Physical
to
40.
Spellman. I mean, ideally for Worsley, he wants to
Getting shot on the second
He wants
leg.
to
Chris
win.
Bontock.
4-1, and it's job done.
Third leg, John to throw first. Game on.
And that was a 14 dart response. Had a max in the leg.
I get the feeling that if Quantock can get the win here and dispose of Worsley,
99.
he'll not just be doing himself a favour, he'll be doing everybody a favour, because John, a little bit earlier on tonight, was talking about how he blossoms into a nightly campaign.
45.
And because we know he's won a weekly title before, maybe that backs up the fact that he does get better as a night progresses. If you can get rid of him early, more chances for
97.
you. Been a close night so far. Results of 4-2 and 4-3.
78.
I don't think anybody's going to get drubbed here tonight.
He came in Thursday. I had a chat with him the early part of Thursday evening, and he'd not been playing a lot of
61.
darts and said he felt a bit rusty. He's played the odd league game here and there, but his claim of improving is
100.
there's some evidence of that. Certainly last night.
What do you make of someone saying that? Because if they are labelling themselves as someone who doesn't play their best
60.
at the start of a campaign, does that poke a hole in their preparation?
Yeah, I just think it leaves you with obvious vulnerabilities, doesn't it? It's
100.
I mean, you know, at this level, you may be able to get away with it the odd time and rely, as I will say, on a bit of good fortune to get up and running. But we're all a little bit like that. No one likes first round games on
40.
at any tournament, do you? You pray for a bit of an easy one to open your campaign, and then you feel like you're up and running. I don't think any player is any
121.
different.
John DeCarl, 144.
Stay there. That is perfect. He missed the marker. He was trying to nestle it on top of the
100.
flight.
Chris DeCarl,
He
57.
just under-delivered it.
Yeah, but every metric we look at Chris Quantock, he has been the one that
37.
has been
John
slow
DeCarl, 44.
to really find his top form, but he does have that advantage of playing in that belt match a little earlier.
Double top this time for John. Secondary double is tens.
34.
He's had his
Mitchell Carr,
chance now,
20.
and this is a chance for another break of throw on the stage tonight. We saw plenty of that in the previous match.
Getting
There's just
shot on
been
the third
too many
leg.
clutch
Chris
doubles
Bontock.
missed by John Worsley tonight. It was the case in the match against Alex Spellman. He had multiple opportunities,
Fourth
but
leg,
they were in
Christopher
that
first.
clutch
Game on.
situation where he was just getting the odd one dart at the end of a finish.
41.
But here he's 1 from 4 and a break of throw down.
He's a very organic player, isn't he, Chris Quantock? Because you look at his technique, it's a bit jumpy. Has a little bit of a hop in there, very similar
81.
to the old style of Nathan Aspinall, who, funny enough, his darts he's using.
Yeah. Yeah.
Must be something
100.
about those darts that make you want to jump up and down.
Yeah. They're a very old school shape as well. They're very Leighton Reese.
Did you know, because I didn't know this until very recently, Nathan Aspinall started
56.
using darts that were from Leighton Reese.
No way. No,
That's
I
why
didn't.
he likes that shape.
One
Because
out
the
of
first darts he
40.
had were Leighton Reese darts.
Wow, I didn't know that.
I think it's incredible. It's no wonder my darts are very uniform in shape, because
One out of
the first set that I
40.
ever had that I went out and bought a set of 22-gram Bob Andersons. They were a thing of beauty.
57.
Yeah, I had many a set of those back in the day. I wish I had them now, the original ones. My
Yeah.
God.
I've still got them.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have them. My best friend in Northumberland, Chris, he's got them. I gave them to him before I left for Australia. I said, look after these, will you? He's still got them.
100.
I mean, the Cockfinger Eric Bristow originals are trading for £400, £500, £600, and even more if they're boxed and original. And there was a set that was boxed original,
85.
unopened,
John
and
Carl,
signed by Eric.
124.
They went for close to £2,000 recently.
Worth every penny.
I was tempted.
Well, Quaney has got 78 for 3-1 to be very close
72.
to putting the
Richard
Womble
Carr,
out
78.
and leaving the Womblettes with their smiles upside down. Double six.
66.
Oh, he's had so many chances
Carl,
already.
52.
He's had 9 darts at a double.
Yeah, 9 darts hit 2. Worsley reduced to just 4. This is his 5th dart at a double. He's only hit 1.
42.
Oh dear, and
Richard
again.
Carr, 12.
Lefties usually like 10s. And the
Game
next
shot
door
on the
neighbour
fourth
gives
leg.
Quaney
Chris
that
Quantock.
3-1 lead. It's a very mystifying performance. You've got to think there's a little bit of anxiety on the stage
Fifth
here
leg,
tonight.
John to throw
An
first.
opportunity
Game
to
on.
be in Champions Week in a matter of a few weeks. Quantock is one of the people tonight who many might think isn't fancied, but don't underestimate him.
How many
One
times
out
have
of
we seen it,
40.
Nico, in the last 12 months with players popping up and winning weekly titles?
65.
Just if you're not aware, we have got 7 players through to Champions Week already. The country split is as follows: 4 English players, 1 Dutch player, that's Marino Michels from week 3, and 2
45.
Swedes now in Anton Östlund and Andreas Harrison. Are we
Dirt.
going to get a 4th country
60.
represented in Champions Week here tonight?
Yeah, Dirty Harry going through. I'm a big fan of that action. But all the players tonight will feel like
100.
it's a winnable night. With all due respect, there's not a Luke Littler or a Barry Van Peer
83.
knocking about, is there? You know, or an Andy Bartons who's going to go up there and sort of reel off leg after leg around 5 visits.
Yeah, good luck trying to predict next week, by the way.
Yeah, on Monday we've got 4 former
100.
weekly winners, and we also have the back-to-back champion of champions.
We'll get onto that in due course.
93. John Carl,
It is a
116.
tantalising week 9. Perfect first start. He's got his pick now. He's going to persevere with tops.
Game
Very
shot on
well
the 5th
done.
leg. John Worsley.
It must be another 2 on top of that. Otherwise, those 2 are leaving as well as John is.
Yeah, he's
6th
at
leg,
that
Chris
point
to throw
of
first. Game on.
no return. His inclusion in finals night totally depends on the next 2 legs, and he has to win them both, and that will not help his cause.
180.
A second max. And he hit 5 in that defence, well, attempted defence of his ADC belt a
22.
little earlier. That wasn't enough on that occasion because Tom Sykes hit 7. It was a brilliant match.
47.
The only 180s tonight have been hit by Quantock. We were surprised not to see any 180s in the first couple of games. But we've got a couple now. We haven't so much as
85.
opened the floodgates. But Kwani is very happy in this range, low to mid 80s. And Worsley just doesn't have in his
100.
armoury enough right now. He is behind by 220 points. Even a maximum would still leave him a dart behind.
100.
This has been a very good leg. That's okay.
92.
Yeah, that's fine. 82 after 12. In a leg that will take him through to the semi-finals, meaning that the
140.
match against
Krishika,
Spellman will
82.
only be for position.
That leaves 79. I don't know about that one. That one is a bit of a 60-40 call for me. 60% of me says go for the 19s on 79 in that spot.
40.
And I'm not sure that
Jonica,
anything went to
154.
plan there.
No, that was one of those edgy winning line visits.
Is this a 10 or a 6
100.
moment?
Krishika, 42.
Yeah, go for the bit of wire in between them.
He was right to do that. You don't see lefties go for double 16 much.
26.
What a
Jonica,
lifeline that is.
54.
Yeah, 2 match darts. What a chance for this man. It's not been his friend tonight, and that's going to be awkward. His darts from this angle
24.
may appear like they
Krishika,
almost
16.
sit up slightly, but they're well below that horizontal line in the board.
Double 8 for qualification.
Game, shot,
He's
and the
through.
match. Chris
John
Bonjour.
Worsley will not take part in the semi-finals here on Saturday night in the Week 8 finals because Quantock has won his first game of the night, meaning that Worsley has lost both of his group games. That also means that Alex Spellman will be in his first semi-final here in Portsmouth, and he's got a game to spare. He will play that against Quantock a little bit later. We'll go back to Group 2 when we return. It will be Jared Cole looking to bounce back against Bradley Roos.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Kwani has put Worsley's hopes in the Swanee because a 4-2 victory for Chris Quantop before the break has eliminated John Worsley from contention and making it through to a second Champions Week here at the Super Series. And we have a similar scenario in our fourth game of the session, victory for Bradley Woods to see him through with a game to spare. He takes on Jared Cole. And early on this evening, I caught up with Bradley to gauge his thoughts ahead of tonight. Bradley, back we are again here on a Saturday night at the Super Series. And what a day it was for you yesterday to qualify for this.
First of all, I'm really happy to play again on Saturday night. But yeah, I had a good day yesterday. I knew I had to win at least 4 games yesterday to make a chance to reach today. But I had 5 out of 5. Yeah, that was really good. I had some nerves in my first match, but after that, I really felt comfortable all day, and happy to play again here.
What do you think clicked for you yesterday?
I think I did the most important things on the right time. So when my opponent missed a double, then I took out a finish to win the leg. So, for example, the match against Tom, he was on tops and I was on 120, and I checked the 120, and I think he missed 170 to win that leg. But the most important things I did on the right time. So yeah, I'm really happy about that.
Back here on a Saturday evening. Last time you were here, you got so close, got to the final, just missed out to Neil. How much would you like to go one better this time?
Really much, actually, to be fair. But I'm in the same group as Neil as last time. So and he beat me there. So I want to beat him this time. And if I reach the final, I want to beat him as well there. So we will see how it goes tonight, and then hopefully I will qualify myself for Champions Week.
Well, we wish you all the very best tonight. Bradley, good luck.
Thank you very much.
What a lovely interview that was with young Bradley. One of a plethora of young Dutch players coming through. Not just the boys as well. The girls are very handy too. Jared Cole was once touted as a very good young player. He still is a young player at 23. But he's the one under the microscope now, because if he loses to Bradley here, the 19-year-old from Den Haag in the Netherlands, then we will have Group 2 in the same fashion as Group 1, where we have our semi-finalists with games to spare.
Yeah, well, there's a lovely video knocking around on YouTube from the Zuidendam Masters and the youth event where the 14-year-old and 13-year-old Nathan Gervin and Jared Cole are playing each other in the final. They are like babies. It's brilliant.
Have you seen that video of Roby John Rodriguez and Dimitri Vandenberg's children?
Yeah. Amazing.
100.
Really, really good to watch. Always good to see where people start, but we're always interested to see where they end up. And Bradley is very highly thought of in European darts. He's got excellent technique. He's got a godfather haircut.
And he's working on his temperament.
60.
He's almost got a godfather temperament.
Why has he got a duck on his shirt, though?
132.
It's a swan. I was reliably informed.
Is it?
Well, something like that. It's a bird. Henry did do some research on it, and yeah, it's some kind of religious symbol type thing.
The last duck I saw, it was in a pad thai.
Yeah, from his hometown, any building
59.
of significance will have, or a church or something like that, will have a bird on top of it,
Well,
this particular bird.
They really do have some wonderful buildings in the Netherlands, both old and new.
137.
It is a country like that. It's just got a lot of great old stuff and some great new stuff. Bradley is very experienced at this format, but he's lost that first leg thanks to a wonderful shot from Jared Cole. And I think it's fair to say that this week,
Second leg,
Bradley is a little bit sick of big outs from Jared Cole.
Yeah, isn't he? That 160 came against him, but he had a big finish, of course, against
140.
Neil Duff, but it wasn't enough to avoid defeat. But they certainly make him
54.
feel a little better taking that out. 15 dart hold.
Just keep doing what you're doing, because you left double 12
100.
after 12 darts in that first leg. Do that again, and the likelihood is you will get a chance.
Well, Bradley's in the
85.
same shoes as Quanny, isn't he? He's fully aware that if he wins the game, the match against Neil Duff is just for in terms of whether he throws
41.
first or second and plays the winner or runner-up from Group 1.
Well, if I was taking part in a finals night here in Portsmouth,
94.
I'd want this spot, because it almost feels as if your first game is a freebie, because you win through.
Yep.
If you're not, you will get another chance as long as you're
60.
not given the dreaded bagel.
Yes.
I haven't seen any bagels tonight.
126.
Only 4 2s and a 4
Bradley
3.
Car 160.
I get the feeling that Bradley wants to get his own back on a 160. He's not going to. It may have crossed his mind.
And don't forget, we join our friends at Sporty
86.
Stuff from
WK
10 p.m. So
142.
the semi-finals won't start until we join our friends at Sporty.
82. Bradley
Still
Car
plenty of
74.
action to bring you from the group games here on YouTube and on your betting apps. Single 16. Tops. Ooh. Certainly went for
Game
the
shot on the
biggest
second
part
leg.
of the
Bradley
single.
Roos.
And it is an 18 dart response. 1-1, 2 holds.
Third leg challenger through first. Game on.
Where does Jared's nickname rank for you? King of the Castle. It's quite good, isn't it?
60.
Yeah, it's one of the better. At least it's not just had a Y put on the end.
Well, if that was the case of Bradley, he'd be called Bradley E.
Roosie.
Yeah.
60.
Should have a roo on the back of your shirt.
Yeah, not a bird.
Well, he's not the only ruse in World Darts, because great young player from
45.
the Netherlands, Jurjen van der Velde, who is on the PDC Tour right now, his sister's called Roos van der Velde, and she's a very good player.
Good knowledge, Nico. Although you do spend
59.
half your life on the European tour.
Well, I'm a bit like Andy Jenkins. As soon as I've had a few days off, all I want to do is get back to
96.
darts. I think the Womblets have had enough. One of them has turned their back on the, on the action. That's a little bit in protest.
Yeah, I was going to say, just protesting.
140.
Steward's inquiry, a bit like the Liverpool game earlier.
I think the less said about that, the better.
95.
Thankfully, we don't have the DAR here.
Or the D. Well, we do have the DRA. I was just about to say we don't, but we do, of course.
Well, we do have our own referee here. That's Paul Hinks, legendary referee who has
140.
refereed more than 1,000 legs in the last couple of weeks. That is an effort. Well done, Paul.
And do you know what he's doing on Sunday?
More? County?
Yeah, going up to
127.
referee the
Bradley Car 102.
Yorkshire County match.
Can't get enough of it. Well, if the other person in Group 2 was in this game, you could say he can't get enough of that wonderful duff. Because that is their
82. Bradley
catchphrase.
Car 78.
All right, treble 18, double 12. Single 20 tops for a hold. Bradley waiting to pounce,
58.
and he will get the
Bradley Car
opportunity.
20.
Nice show of composure here. Not rushing to the hockey. And he's got a bumper. And he used it perfectly.
Game shot on the
A
third
2-1
leg.
lead.
Bradley Roos.
And he's been patient in this short format match. And he's only 2 legs away from sending the king of the castle back
Fourth
home.
leg Bradley
Yeah,
to through
averaging
first.
94 and a half to Jared's 89. And he's kept his emotions under wraps so far has Bradley. He's not got himself involved or got overly
58.
annoyed or overly negative.
Two products of the JDC as well, these two. You think about who's
95.
come from the Junior Darts Corporation in the last couple of years. You've got Bradley, you've got Luke Littler,
Oh.
you've got Thomas Banks. It's quite frightening
58.
what that system has given us since the days of Jared Cole, because he, being a champion in the JDC at a very young age,
80.
vaulted himself towards the PDC Challenge Tour and indeed a lot of Pro Tour action in a very short space of time. But you can say that Jared is evolving with his
96.
game at a slower rate than some others, but still is a very capable threat. As for his threat here in week 8, though, his chances are
140.
becoming limited.
$59.
Fair to say that most people who have qualified for Champions Week so far in this series have got experience. You talk about the likes of
83.
Andreas Harrison, Matt Clark, Conan Whitehead.
Well, I don't even need to ask when we collate the list of those who already qualified. We both automatically went Matt Clark.
100. Jared Carr,
Don't even-
103.
We wouldn't even need to work that week. We just know Matt Clark qualifies. That's what he does.
83.
Well,
Jared
does
Carr,
Bradley get a
130?
130 for a 3-1 lead? If he misses the 60, he wants it
Thank you.
about 2 millimeters above.
That's why the players love this shot, because they get 2 bites of the cherry on the treble, and you can sort of just keep that straight, which he's done. Bull.
89. Jared Carr, 20.
That was a scare for JC, who shares initials with some of the biggest champions in the sport.
10.
Would Johnny Clayton or
Jared
Joe Cullen
Carr,
have hit that?
41.
We'll never know. But Bradley, who has the same name as another JDC product in Bradley Brooks, different spelling, is now on the cusp of that 3-1 lead.
Game shot
And he
of the
takes
fourth
it without
leg.
hesitation.
Bradley Bruce.
I just noticed another person in the crowd there. Adam Lipscomb is
Take
here
Jared
this
to throw
evening.
first. Game
Maybe
on.
just getting a
Local
bit,
lad, isn't he?
it's just spying a little bit, just trying to get some intel into what it's like here on a Saturday.
58.
Surely he's got to make it to a Saturday soon enough. This place will be bouncing. Well, ideally, what we want is Andy and Adam both qualifying.
140.
Might have to get an extension on this place.
30.
We are getting to the time of year where everybody wants to play well, and there is the boss. He's not called the boss. He's just wearing a T-shirt that says he's the boss.
49.
I think he's just seen us. Jared won't be happy with the start of this leg, but he has no other option
95.
than to hit the accelerator right now. Otherwise, it will be curtains.
Yeah, he'll be joining John Mersley in the crowd. I think it's always nice to see the players stay on to just
40. Jared's last
maybe
score was
support
95.
some of the players.
85 on the screen.
It was a fairly close-knit group this week in Group A. They all got on very, very well, as they did in Group B and C.
Yeah, it was fascinating what Neil Duff was saying a little bit earlier in the evening about how the camaraderie and the connection between the players in the practice room alleviates any sort of
60.
performance anxiety that you would have going onto the stage.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I was in a similar situation. I had a wonderful group of real old pals dating back to the 90s
60.
in O'Shea and Walton and Gary Robson. And then the following week was in a group with Dubby and Wes and
58.
all those lot, Barry Bates, all the guys I played with back in the day. And in a way, I sort of get what he's saying. I mean, I was still extremely nervous on the opening day, but I understand what he's saying. And what is nice when you're in a group like that is there's always someone in there just to sort of give you a nudge and some words of encouragement, which is lovely.
Well, this is the epitome of urgency right now for Jared.
135.
He's responded really well, but it's not in his hands.
72.
If Bradley takes this out, he's through.
And if he hits the treble, which he's done, he's doubling's 50%,
Game,
and he
shot, and the match.
pins
Bradley
it with no drama at all. And he's fully aware that that win not only takes him through to the semi-finals, it takes his good friend Neil Duff through with him. Well, the average is 88.61 for Bradley, 83.93, and it's another disappointing end to a weekly campaign for Jared Cole. When we come back off the break, we return to Group 1 for Chris Quantock against Alex Spellman.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
So now we go back to Group 1, and thank you for joining us, because this game will indicate who wins Group 1 and who will play in the very first semi-final here tonight, because one thing that Group 1 and Group 2 have in common here this evening in the Week 8 finals night is that we do have the
Second, ladies and gentlemen,
semi-finalists
first leg is Christopher
before
first.
the qualification
Game
games
on,
are
thank
completed.
you.
It means that John Worsley and Jared Cole are gone. And these two
129.
are very, very safe. It's been a very strange evening so far, and we're definitely waiting for someone to light that old blue touch paper, aren't we?
Yeah, it's not quite caught fire as
97.
we expected, but that could well be down to the added pressure of feeling like,
96.
or the players feeling like they could win tonight. And there's no one individual, probably with the exception of the favourite Spellman, who may be feeling any kind of added pressure.
99.
But the scenario in this is the winner of this game plays the loser of
100.
our next one. And the advantage that the winner of this match will throw first in their semi-final. And exactly the same in our following match between Bradley and Neil. The winner of that
58.
gets the throw. And I can assure you, in a best of 7 race, having the darts is very, very important.
100.
The only bullseye that the players do is prior to the final, Nico. And that's for the whole week.
Yes, in the 104th game of the week
68. Christopher Carr, 76.
for the first leg. Won his first game of the night by 4 legs to 2, as did Alex. So they have that in
Game shot on
common.
the first leg. Chris Quantock.
But it is a very tidy hold for Quanny. You don't see many dart players these days that
Second
are
leg, Alex,
clean
to
shaven.
first. Game on.
No, beards are really a thing. Well, Matilda Noble, George's wonderful daughter, has got in touch with us regarding the Bradley
58.
Roos shirt bird thing. And it's a stork officer's bird of the Hague. They're big old birds, storks. And apparently they love chips. Specifically, Burger King ones. Thank you, Matilda.
85.
It's a bit like the seagulls in Brighton, just down the road. They love, according to my knowledge,
40.
Anything.
they're like a mackerel sandwich because they stole mine. Not that I'm bitter about it. Well, one thing you mentioned a little bit earlier tonight, Chris, is
98.
that Alex Spellman is going to a World Championship.
Yes. Yes, and this will be a valuable
140.
additional time under the lights for him going into that. And really, if he does win tonight, that will be ideal preparation, because this series final comes just before the World Championship. So
100. Christopher Carr,
he can use
141.
this as, well, some serious preparation,
Absolutely.
because he will be tested if he does indeed get through to Champions Week.
121. Alex Carr, 160.
At the moment, it's all about Chris Quantock.
I wonder if we're going to see anything else of another American at the end of
85.
this series. A certain
Carr,
Stu
20.
Bunce.
Oh yeah, what a name.
Yeah, colourful character. Not the right colour there for Chris.
16. Alex Carr,
Well, the only other
75.
Bunce I know is, well, there was another Bunzer, wasn't there? A German player.
Christian Bunzer. And this is 3 different colours.
Game shot on the second leg.
I do
Alex
know
Spellman.
another Bunce, but he don't play darts. He's a boxing commentator and broadcaster, Steve Bunce.
Yeah, very good too.
Spelt totally different.
Third leg,
Listen to that.
Christopher first. Game on.
Darts is a weird game sometimes. Spellman has been spellbound and casting his
76.
own spells this week. He has lost legs that he's bossed, and then he nicks a leg that he should have lost there. But that's the game. That's why we love it. There's always something happening.
121.
do believe he's from
100.
North Carolina.
Yes. Beautiful part of the world. Part of the world I'm amazed that you've not been to, Nico, because of its array of golf courses.
Yes. It houses one of the best
28.
golf courses in the United States, certain Pinehurst, which I believe is...
Arguably one of the nicest courses in the world.
Yeah. Held the US Open in 2014 when
123.
Martin Keimer won it there. And it's a golf course that has a statue of Payne Stewart from a very famous 1999 US Open where he had a famous celebration after beating Phil Mickelson on the final hole. And
58.
sadly, he'd be lost a few months later in a plane accident.
Yes, they lost all the oxygen in the plane, didn't they? Yeah, very, very sad. In his
98.
private jet, there was some kind of malfunction. Very, very sad indeed.
And North Carolina geographically is obviously north of South Carolina,
100. Chris O'Connell,
which is slightly north
104.
of Florida. And they do get an awful lot of windy weather there.
Yes, they do.
56.
Luckily, it's not very windy in
is
here.
it hurricanes or tornadoes?
Oh, they get hurricanes up the East Coast. Tornadoes go down the middle. They've had some awful weather in New York this week. And our thoughts go out to everybody over there with the floods they've had in New York City.
162. Chris O'Connell,
But it's
48.
raining big trebles right there.
Game shot on the third
But
leg.
again, it
Chris
doesn't make any
Bonto.
difference.
Fourth leg, Alex to throw first. Game on.
Just remember, you can get in touch with us tonight. Our social media feeds are at our fingertips. If you're on X, you're on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook.
Yep, at MSS
100.
Darts, all one word. Please get in touch. You've got a route direct into the commentary box to myself and Nico. Nico will have the
60.
app open on his tablet.
Already had some messages this evening from people from Central Europe and in Australia too.
100.
And don't forget, if you want to join us any Saturday night, the tickets are free. It's just a £2 booking fee. Scan that QR code.
96.
That will take you straight to the landing page. If you don't have that facility, head over to www.dartshop.tv. All ticket information there. Doors
43.
open a little earlier now when there's a belt match on, but ordinarily
100.
around 6:30 darts get underway at 7:30. 3 drinks for a tenner, so if you come and have 3 drinks, your £2 booking fee, a night out for 12 quid. If you can find a net better night out for 12 quid, let me know. Me and Nico will be there.
41.
Can't even go to the cinema for that.
My pick and mix comes to more than that, Nico.
95.
I'm sure they make those paper bags out of lead these days. Yes, I'll have 3 cola bottles. That'll be £15, please. Well, Quanny's got to look at 150 here.
Chris O'Connell, 150.
He had a 142 effort earlier, which he bust by going this route. But this time, he
Game
doesn't
shot on the
miss.
fourth leg.
Brilliant.
150 out by
Bonto.
Quanny in a week where we've seen the very first 9-darter in PDC history
Fifth leg, Chris to
hit
throw first.
on a 150 check out on
Game
double
on.
15. That gives Quantock the lead in Group 1. He might just be winning this group.
93.
Yeah, that does surprise me, you know, that's the with the option of the 177, 174 that we've, especially Michael Smith, who loves double 15. But it was, of course,
97.
Michael Van Gerwen.
Yeah,
What was
there
that, a 28th or 27th 9-darter?
It's ridiculous.
96.
We've actually got 2 9-darters in PDC history that have been hit on 1 double. And you've got 1 that's been hit on double 15, which you just mentioned, and 1 that was hit on double 17.
Jamie Caven.
60.
Indeed. And Jamie's someone who has played with us in the last couple of years. We hope you're watching, Jamie.
He's on holiday.
Oh, is he?
41.
Yeah,
He's always somewhere.
yeah, he's off in the sun somewhere. He actually popped into the pub a week or so ago.
You know what,
I
Jamie?
didn't think he'd come in to see me. I just think he'd come in to tell
100.
me he's going on holiday.
You know what Jamie likes? He likes Cool Whip.
What's that?
It's that squirty cream you get in America. Cool Whip.
140.
His wife, Debbie, can't stand it when I say it like that. It's a private joke that goes back years. But this game is no joke to Alex Spellman.
80.
If he's to lose his
Mr.
second game of the week,
131.
it's not going to damage him at all.
No.
But it will dent his fender just the tiniest bit.
91.
And it will give
Alex Carr,
Chris
164.
Quantock a lot of confidence going forward, of course.
Yeah, he's played very decent in this game. 60% on doubles, a 150 checkout, and an average
40.
close to
Mr.
96.
Carr, 40.
Yeah, it's been very, very good from Quanny. I say, once he gets that first game out of the way,
35.
although
Alex Carr,
they were
124.
winning line-iter starts.
Hang on a minute. The bullseye is calling.
Game shot on the fifth
This
leg.
game
Alex
continues,
Spellman.
and his motivation on that shot might just be, I don't want to lose this game. I
Six
want
leg
to
Alex to
remain
serve first.
as a
Game
person
on.
who only loses one game in a week. He's trying to do what some other people from North America have done here at the MODUS Super Series before. Dan
140.
Lowby in the previous series won week 1. Jacob Taylor
60.
in Series 3 made it to the Champions Night final where he lost out to Luke Littler. Jacob Taylor, one of the largest journeys from home to Portsmouth that we've had.
100.
We've got players who
140.
can be here in a matter of minutes. And we've got people who take around a full day to get here.
What do we have? Raymond Smith and Ben Robb in the same week. That's some air miles between them.
Yeah, that was a good week.
137.
That was a really entertaining week. Everybody loved having Ben Robb in the practice room. He's just so infectious. And many
43.
congratulations to
Alex
Ben and
Carr,
Hope Ipua this week
124.
for winning the World Cup doubles for New Zealand. Congratulations, guys.
Yeah, great win for them too.
39.
That was a bit messy.
Messy in a bad way.
Yeah.
140. Alex Carr, 85.
Forced to maybe use the bullseye again. Doesn't even get a look at it. That was a wild one. In Ryder Cup terms, that was 4 left.
Mr. Carr, 118.
Well, single 18 for a 4th match start.
98. Alex Carr, 15.
Is Alex getting away with this one? Double 4. Desmond.
Game shot on
2
the sixth
2s.
leg. Alex
Give it
Spellman.
3-3. But Quantock remains the favourite. Or does he?
We're going to have to start
Seventh
calling
and final
him
leg, Chris to serve
Boris,
first. Game on.
the bullet dodger.
I really wish I could say the next line.
100.
It's just impossible to get rid of him. That movie's got so many levels.
99.
Now, Kwani does have the knowledge that he is into the semi-finals. But imagine if he was to lose this game,
134.
his confidence will take a bit of a hit.
Yeah, emotional damage.
And he'd have to play against the person that wins the next match.
Yep.
So their confidence will be inflated.
140.
Holding on to his throw at the moment. And some.
180.
What a time to find your second max of the match.
He's got to leave 170 minimum here. He's chatting to himself.
56.
And he's not there.
Mr.
So
Carr,
Quantock
87.
can amble his way to the finishing line here. He's had match starts in 2 different legs. there's going to be a third leg.
Game,
And
shot,
that's the
and
last
announce
start he
Chris
needed.
Quantock.
It's a second defeat of the week for Alex Spellman. It does not harm his chances of winning here in week 8. However, it will be Chris Quantock who wins Group 1. He had many match starts, and in fact his average went up in the last couple of legs. That 150 checkout, the highest of the night. He will be tough to stop if he can replicate that in the semi-finals. When we come back, we'll see who Quantock and Spellman will play in the semi-finals with the last qualification game of Ruse and Duff.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have made it to the final game of the pool stages. Both Neil Duff and Bradley Ruse are into the semi-finals after 10 o'clock. Their job now is to see who is going to top the pile. So let's see what happens in this one, and let's hope the action gets off with a bang in the company of Chris and Paul.
No pun intended. These things happen, and we're very glad that the bench decided to fall to the floor before a dart was thrown in anger in a competitive sense, because now we do know that Chris Quantock will take part in the first semi-final. That means Alex Spellman will have a little bit longer to wait for his semi, and he will take on
First leg, Bradley
the
to
winner
first.
of this game.
Game on.
Quantock will take on the person who loses this 6th game of the night. And that was a really good performance we've just seen from Quanny. In fact, statistically, it is the best by a good 5%.
Yeah, see, he played very well, as we've mentioned already, in the belt match a little earlier.
100.
Although he didn't defend the title, he went down 9-7, but not without a fight. Averaged
100.
90, close to 93, wasn't it?
That'd be a somewhat weird day if Quantock was to
Yeah.
lose his Yorkshire belt and then go on to win this
78.
tonight.
I think this one may be worth a few quid more than the belt. I'm not sure.
As far as nationalities are going,
134.
we've got one Englishman left, one Northern Irishman, one Dutchman, and one man from America. As far as nations represented in Champions Week already, we have English, we have Dutch. We don't have someone from Northern Ireland or America.
Yeah.
177.
Bradley Roos is definitely wishing that he's going to join Marino Michels.
Wait, if you were in this position,
100.
would you be
Mario Kart
going
32.
all out in this match to avoid Spellman, or on the back of that performance from Spellman, would you not care?
Well, I don't mean to somewhat paraphrase Dory the Fish, but I want to just keep winning.
Game shot on the first
That's exactly
leg.
what Bradley is doing here.
Winning breeds winning.
Yes, it does.
Second leg Neil to throw
The
first.
tale is very
Game on.
simple. At least it sounds very simple on Saturday nights. Just win 4 games.
Yeah, just hold through.
Simple as that. Just win 4 games. And then we'll see you in a month.
135.
Could we put it any simpler? But it's not simple because you've got people in your way who are very capable.
59.
Are we both doing Champions Week, Nico? I'm not sure.
I'll be here.
I need to check my rather full diary. I think I'm here.
100.
I will check.
60.
We heard from Bradley earlier talking about how much he really wants to come back for Champions Week. He has had 3 matches against Neil Duff this week.
100.
He lost the first one by 4 legs to 1, and subsequently lost on Tuesday 4 legs to 1 as well, but has got a win against Neil this week. And I think that was
60.
really important for him to get that before coming to a potential Saturday night, because he may have been smarting from losing to Duff in a weekly final in the
100.
previous series when he was here for the very first time.
Yeah, I think it's good that they've sort of rekindled that rivalry, and sort of
43.
any
Neil Ducar, 66.
mental blocks he would have had, he's certainly got rid of. Although this
Game
is a
shot on the
great
second leg.
response
Neil
from
Duff.
Neil Duff. It was a 14-dart hold in leg 1 from Bradley. Duff's replied in kind.
Third leg Bradley to
No,
throw
I'm not
first.
doing
Game
Champions
on.
Week, Nico. I'm in Germany for the European Championship finals, and then it's
100.
Charlotte's graduation, which is like a never been to one before apart from the last one. It's like something out of Harry Potter.
100.
So I'll be, like many others, watching with interest.
One thing I love about this sport
60.
is that you can have many different types of rivalries. We know there are going to be plenty of rivals tomorrow at Marcus Simone Golf Club in Italy.
60.
And I'm pretty sure that Neil Duff will be able to translate any anger that Rory McIlroy had a little bit earlier tonight against some of the American caddies and players.
139.
But isn't it wonderful in the sport of darts how you can have a potential rivalry here between 2 people with an age gap of 32 years?
Yeah. I'm trying to think
100.
what other sport that's possible.
Chess.
Snooker.
Definitely snooker. You're not going to get many 51-year-old
58.
footballers.
And a few 40-odd-year-old goalkeepers. That's about it. Good ones too.
42. Bradley Ducar, 144.
Oh, Bradley's got 144 for a 2-1 lead. Very impressed with this young 19-year-old. His
70.
English is very, very good for a young age, but that's exactly what countries in that part of Europe do. They're really good at educating different languages and giving them the
95.
ability to go out and use
74.
them.
Yeah, their educational system is very good. Tops. His English is certainly better than my Dutch.
34. Neil Ducar, 104.
Dutch sayings I know can't be repeated on TV.
Double top.
64.
That one
Bit of a
Bradley
flyer.
O'Connor, 40.
In orbit, really. He doesn't really like that at all. And he
Game
won't like
shot
that
on the
one
third
either.
leg, Bradley Roos.
Joe Joyce ended up in orbit last Saturday.
Fourth leg nearly through first. Game on.
Yeah, we were talking about the bird on the back of the shirt of Bradley. I think it's really interesting what
100.
people attach themselves to, what's important to people. And one of the things in the news this week, which has been very sad indeed, was about the Sycamore
60.
Gap tree in Northumberland, which was catastrophically cut down by vandals. The very famous tree in Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, attached to the Hadrian's Wall.
28.
And being from the northeast of England, I am devastated by that event. So if I ever get another Dart shirt made, I'm going to put that on the back of the shirt just to remember it. But I think Dart shirts are a very good representation of who you are and
100.
what is important to you. And I love that about Bradley, putting that in the back of the shirt, actually.
Well, those that done it should be cable tied to the Angel of the North, really, and just left there.
60.
In a hurricane.
Yeah. Or extreme heat. That would be quite nice. Or cold. Either or.
60.
I was actually in Belfast in Northern Ireland very recently. On my way to Gatwick.
58.
No, yeah, on the way back from the Netherlands.
Yeah, you go from Amsterdam to Gatwick via Belfast. Hi, everybody. Goodbye, everybody.
180.
That's wonderful.
Sure is. Hello, 180. First of the match. On the verge of the
140. Bradley O'Connor, 101.
first break of throw and a 3-1 lead.
How good was that last start from Duff? I'm not even sure how he found that. Oh, this is showmanship now.
61. Nearly O'Connor, 115.
That was very nearly really pretty.
He doesn't get the ball, but he does get a shot. It's the Mervyn King 115.
79.
Well, Bradley was
O'Connor,
nodding,
40.
expecting that to land. But he gets another go at tops for 3-1. And that's not a bad miss.
Double 10.
Game shot on the fourth
Very
leg.
tidy
Bradley
indeed.
Roos.
He is one leg away from getting his second victory against Neil Duff this week. And we still have
Fifth leg,
the
Bradley to serve
possibility
first. Game on.
of a final game rematch, because these two could make the final.
Is this a case, Nico, of familiarity breeds contempt?
140.
Possibly.
Because they have been knocking about with each other this week.
100.
Been going out for the odd bit of food. And of course, this is
91.
they've played multiple times, haven't they, this week? So they're well versed on each other's strengths and weaknesses.
140.
One thing we know about Neil is that he won't go quietly.
Oh, I've got a great stat for you as well. Well, a great bit of insight. This week,
140.
me and you love our gravy.
Yes,
This
we do
week,
like gravy.
Bradley experienced his first ever bit of gravy.
What did he think of it?
100.
He loved it.
Bradley
Oh.
O'Connor, 130.
Won't be having mayonnaise on his chips anymore in the Netherlands. He'll be having gravy. All the locals will think he's gone bonkers. Brown mayonnaise.
65. Nearly O'Connor, 161.
It's good to know that he's been getting some good tutelage here this week.
97.
Unfortunately, it was the
Bradley O'Connor,
gravy from one of
65.
these places that sort of do mass-produce roast
no,
dinners.
yes, not proper gravy.
No.
then. But this could be gravy. Or in the words of Ace Ventura,
49.
gravy.
Nearly O'Connor, 64.
Not quite gravy for Bradley. Might have to keep it on the stove, bubbling for now, as Duff goes for tops to save the match.
24.
The match
Bradley O'Connor,
belongs
16.
to Bradley. And if he hits this double and completes a 4-1 victory, he will play Alex Spellman
Game shot
in
of
the
the match.
second
Bradley Roos.
semi-final, because it is the young man from the Netherlands who has won the group It's 2-2 between those two here this week. Will they get a fifth meeting? You'll have to stay with us to find out. The qualification matches are over. It's Bradley who wins that match, and he wins the group as well on 4 points. Neil Duff will qualify and will have to come back to the board to play against Chris Quantock in the first semi-final at around about 10:05. We will see you then.
Welcome back to the Super Series, where the pool matches are now finished. Chris Mason has joined me up here on the balcony to look back at everything that we have seen so far. And what we have seen is a couple of the favourites go out tonight. In particular, John Worsley. No one expected that.
No, but I think I put the X on him, of course. The commentary curse. He'll be desperately disappointed with that. He just never really got going, and he probably, on reflection, will look what Chris Quantock's achieved and think, I should be there as well. But all credit to Chris Quantock. I thought he's played brilliant.
Yeah, let's have a look at Chris Quantock in action. Took out this 150 and is only the second player this week to beat Alex Spellman.
Yeah, and going forward into tonight's latter stages, the semi-final and final, that will give him a massive boost, especially on the back of, as we said in commentary, losing his Yorkshire and Humberside AZC belt. He's responded well, hasn't he? Won both of his matches against two of the fancied players to win tonight's Week 8.
Meanwhile, in Group 2, Jared Cole eliminated in the group stage. He just did not look settled at any point, did he?
No, and we said that at the top of the show, didn't we? For me, he's a player that lives on his confidence, and the way things ended for him last night, losing all 4 matches, he just never recovered. If he'd have made a winning start to the night and got on a bit of a roll, he probably would have turned things around, but yeah, very tough for him tonight.
And although Neil Dust made his way through, can we label the same argument potentially at his door as well?
Nah, because for him, it was the job was done. He knows he's in the semi-finals. I don't think there's particularly any harder, any easier game for him. And credit to Bradley again. He played lovely against him. That's familiarity he has now with Neil. Maybe has bred a bit of contempt in there, because he's playing him with a lot of freedom. There's no nerves, there's no respect. I mean, he respects him, obviously, but he doesn't fear him.
Does it also please, because we know the high ceiling Bradley's got, but there's also been games tonight where he's managed to grind the result out.
Yeah, and I think that's something he's added to his game. It was something that certainly wasn't there the last time he was here. Despite making the final, he looked like he could get to him, but he's a very young man. You know, he was 19, I think, when he played then, and he's learning, and he's learning fast, and that's all you can ask of a player of that age.
Most definitely right. Talking about young Bukocha's talents, next week we're going to do it one more time as Luke Littler looks to complete a perfect hat-trick here at the Super Series, but he's not going to have it all his own way. Andy Bolton's played some fantastic stuff on the Pro Tour this week. 4 players who played the last Champions Week, 5 former Champions Week participants in total.
Yeah, I mean, that's a minefield, isn't it, Group A? Andy Bolton's been playing beautifully on the Pro Tour this week. Many 100+ averages. We know how Sebastian is. Patrick's proven here. Wilhelm's a great player. Merckx has won here, and Littler's the 2-time defending champion. If he wins that Group A, all credit to him. I do expect him to win it, but I wouldn't be making him a massive favourite for that, because that's a real tough lineup.
I think me and you will be enjoying that at home in our Spider-Man pyjamas on Monday.
We will, mate. I won't be having my feet up, but I'll certainly have it on the TV.
Most definitely. Right, let's go downstairs and get the thoughts of Paul Nicholson, because you're going to be in commentary for this next week, Paul, and this is some lineup.
Yeah, just a bit. I mean, what's not to like? Because we can talk all we want about the 4 people in Group A who have been to Champions Week before, very recently. And don't discount Alex Merckx, by the way. He's a very, very dangerous player. But then you've got Jelle Klaassen, who's in another group. You've got Mark Hilton coming in. We don't know what kind of form he's in, but he's been to the quarterfinal of the UK Open before. It's definitely the most enticing qualification group that I've seen in my time here in the last 3 years. And I have no doubt in my mind that that week will deliver.
Now, Paul, how much do you like racing?
What kind?
Well, basically, we're going to make our way to the stage. You've got to make your way to the stage. Shall we see who gets there quicker?
Well, seeing as someone has been eliminated from Chepstow, I better make like a horse and start giddying up.
Right. Race is on. Right, get the trainers on. We're going to see you at 10 o'clock over on Sporty Stuff TV for the continuation of the MODUS Super Series. A very good evening and welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've reached the semi-final stages here at the MODUS Super Series. Only 4 players are now left in the running to pick up a spot at Champions Week and a potential £5,000 top prize. Well, 2 players have already been eliminated following 6 pool matches, and this is what's happened so far in the company of Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason in the commentary box.
Well, this is for an opening 15-dart hold. It might even be 14.
Yeah, with that double 18 you mentioned. Usually very good at this.
Game shot on the first leg.
Very
Alex
tidy
Spellman.
start to the night. 15-dart hold for Alex.
Amazed when that happens. 62 left by Spellman. Be warned, John, he's already hit it.
Well, another one of those for a level game. Oh, not for the first time this
Game
week.
shot on the fourth leg. John Wesley.
Yeah, and a fist pump in acknowledgement, back to back. 15 dart legs. 65. This is a must get.
1 darter double is what he gets. It's tops again.
48.
And this one
Alex
is not
Yulkar,
close.
40.
So Spellman gets the chance for 4-2 in the opening match on the Week 8 finals night.
Game shot
He
on the
doesn't
match.
need asking
Alex
twice.
Spellman.
He'll have to wait for his second game to see what he needs to do against Chris Quantock in Game 5. But an ideal start for the man with the hieroglyphic dart shirt. And it's a very good performance as well, averaging over 92 and 40% on the doubles. Just a little bit too good for Worsley, who did have his chances.
After your car, 112.
Do you think he even looked at the Jared Cole score?
I wonder if he did. He might be looking at something different now. Where's that come from?
Leg, Jared Cole.
Look at Duffman. I don't blame him for feeling that way. He can't get rid of this kid.
Had nearly 3 times as many darts at a double than Jared Cole. Oh no. Yeah, don't blame him.
Near the car, 18.
Same shot with that 160. He hit the bottom left corner, and it's not a kind guide for him.
He needs to start on the right side of the treble 20, ideally, and build right to
Game
left.
shot on the match. Neil Duff.
Well, Neil Duff builds left to right to find the double and get the win 4-3. And if you're going to lose in this format, only lose by the narrowest of margins. But Neil Duff with an 84.74, a little bit better than the 81.55 of Jared Cole. But I'm very much like... Oh, he's bust.
No
What
score.
a disaster. Back to 142.
John
I'm very
O'Connor,
much like
72.
Connie. John Worsley.
Double 8 for qualification.
Game shot
He's
on the
through.
match. Chris
John
Quantock.
Worsley will not take part in the semi-finals here on Saturday night in the Week 8 finals, because Quantock has won his first game of the night, meaning that Worsley has lost both of his group games. That and some great new stuff. Bradley is very experienced at this
Game shot on
format,
the
but he's
first
lost
leg.
that
Jared
first leg
Cole.
thanks to a wonderful shot from Jared Cole. And I think it's fair to say that this week
Second leg, Bradley
Bradley is a
first.
little
Game
bit
on.
sick of big outs from Jared Cole.
Yeah, isn't he? That 160 came against him, but he had a big finish, of course,
1 out of
against
40.
Neil Duff, but it wasn't enough to avoid. And if he hits a treble, which he's done, he's doubling's 50%,
Game
and he
shot on the match.
pins
Bradley
it
Root.
with no drama at all. And he's fully aware that that win not only takes him through to the semi-finals, it takes his good friend Neil Duff through with him. Well, the average is 88.61 for Bradley, 83.93, and it's another disappointing end to a weekly campaign for Jared Cole. Really pretty.
He doesn't get the ball, but he does get a shot. It's the Mervyn King 115.
79.
Well, Bradley was
Bradley
nodding,
40.
expecting that to land, but he gets another go at tops for 3-1, and that's not a bad miss.
Double 10.
Game shot on the fourth
Very
leg.
tidy
Bradley Root.
indeed. He is 1 leg away from getting his second victory against Neil Duff this week. And if he hits this double and completes a 4-1 victory, He will play Alex Spellman in the second semi-final, because it is the young man from the Netherlands who has won the group. It's 2-2 between those two here this week. Will they get a fifth meeting? You'll have to stay with us to find out. The qualification matches are over. It's Bradley who wins that match, and he wins the group as well on 4 points.
Well, we've heard their voice. It's now time to see the faces of Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson on stage here at the Live Lounge. And what an interesting evening we've seen. I don't think any player as of yet will feel like they're in top gear as of yet.
No one's really sort of made a statement or put down a bit of a marker. Disappointed with John Worsley. He just never got going tonight. We've seen that before. That can happen on finals night, of course. But the one thing I wasn't surprised of was Jared Cole. He just didn't sound confident, didn't look confident, and it didn't happen for him. And it's almost the hangover from losing 4 games on the spin last night in Group B.
But from one end of the spectrum to the other, what about Chris Quantock this evening, Paul?
Impressive. 97 average in one of his games, wins his group. You can't ask for much more, but I think you're right. I think it's fair to say that nobody has really found their A game. But if anybody can be lauded for what they've done so far, it's going to be Kwani, because he's been impressive and he's made that group his own, and he's done the right things at the right times. Admittedly, he did bust a 142, which is somewhat comical, but he got away with it.
And made up for it with the 150.
Absolutely. The 150 was wonderful, wasn't it? So he was never going to bust that one, because either side of double 15, he got 2s and 10s. So he was always very safe with that one.
That's definitely right. Let's round up then the group stages and how everything preoccupied itself in the end. These are the results then from the first 6 matches. As you see, Alex Spellman getting the better of John Worsley, Chris Quantock doing the same to eliminate him, and Jared Cole ending up pointless in Group 2. So it sets in motion now our 2 semi-finals. It sees Chris Quantock and Neil Duff first, followed by Bradley Woods against Alex Spellman. And it was interesting that we were mentioning at the beginning of the night, mates, that potentially Neil Duff and Alex Spellman could be on a potential path towards the final, but we didn't think it'd be because they're coming second in both of their groups.
No, the 2 favourites, the top 2 in terms of betting to win tonight, and neither of them have won their group. That just shows you how difficult it is to win the group on a Saturday night. And listen, they've got tough games. They're not just going to turn up and go through the motions. If they're not sort of, you know, B plus sort of level, they're going to get found out, I think, because Chris Quantock, as we've seen, once he gets up and running and he gets a few games under his belt, he's tough to beat. And Bradley at the moment looks as confident as anybody in the field.
Do you feel like we may be playing down Bradley's chances, shall I say, just a little bit, that he hasn't been spoken about in the same vein as maybe some of the others?
I think one of the reasons why we're talking him down is because we're constantly talking about the people who we expect to get the job done. I don't think we are giving Bradley enough credit for what he's doing. He's had some very impressive spells this week, and at the minute, I think Mace is exactly right. He looks like the one who's exuding the go and get it attitude, which you need on a Saturday night. I think being so close the last time, he's definitely got an appetite for going one better this time. He's probably not bothered who's standing in his way, because if he can reproduce some of the things he's already done tonight, he's going to have a very good chance of doing it.
And he's not lost a game since Thursday. And trust me, that means a lot. You feel that winning mentality, you're confident, you believe in yourself. Almost the complete opposite of what Jared's gone through over the last couple of days.
And how would the pair of you assess the night of Alex Spellman up to press?
A little bit like the last time he made finals night, really. I think it's it can't be the magnitude of the situation, because he's played in some big tournaments, he's played in some big CDC events, so it may be a case of he's just trying too hard. You know, you have to win this for him to justify the travel, the cost involved. He's got to win it, Nico, hasn't he, to make it pay?
Yeah, £1,250 for getting to this stage, and it's a double your money game now, isn't it? 2,500 for making the final, 5,000 for winning it, and because you have travelled such a far distance with more expenses than some other people, there is more pressure on you financially, unless you are someone who's got a YouTube channel and gets 100 million views or whatever it takes. Then there will be a bit of pressure on you to say, you know, I've spent this amount of money to get here. I've worked very hard this week. He's had his days off. Obviously, tiredness is not a factor. He's worked in the jet lag very well, like he said to you earlier. But there's pressure on him because he'll want to make sure that he comes back and has another plane ticket booked.
Well, the first semi-final is about to get underway. The players are just waiting in the background. So we're going to depart. We're going to let them get on the hockey. It's Chris Quantock against Neil Duff first up. And we're in front of a crowd here at the Live Lounge in Ports. And if you want to be a part of the Saturday night occasion, take a look at this. And so here we go, semi-final time here at the Super Series, and we kick-start with Chris Quantock up against Neil Duff. It's England up against Northern Ireland to get our action underway. And let's hand back to the boys in the commentary box. It's a very good evening once again to Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
4 players left here in the Week 8 finals. 4 nations represented. Only one will stand at the end of the night. Chris Quantock, the sole Englishman left here in Week 8, will take on the sole Northern Irish player from this week. Ballyclare's best, the man nicknamed Duffman.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, Chris to throw first.
Paul Hinks,
Game
the
on.
legendary referee from Yorkshire too, will officiate this game where Quantock has the darts by virtue of winning his group.
78.
One of the major benefits of winning your group here on finals night is the fact that you have the darts in the semi-finals, which gives you a slight edge over your opponent who has to break you,
59.
otherwise they will go home.
Interesting to see, Nico, how Neil responds
58.
from that defeat to Bradley. I think he, and again, it could be a perfect example of something that he mentioned and something that we've picked on, looking at his passages of play. His usual response to a defeat is a much improved performance, and more often than not, smashed it to smithereens. It's usually a massive jump in levels of play and a victory. Well, now these are the kind of games he enjoys playing, these knockout matches, and this is a genuine knockout game. It's the semi-final. It's a double your money match, as is the next match that the winner will play.
123.
We've talked a lot about what Chris Quantock has done this evening. He won a tight match against John Worsley in Game 3. He did not play very well in that game. He only averaged 79.65.
58.
Missed a few darts at double, and that is Tom Sykes, who you saw trying to qualify for Saturday night the last couple of days. But Tom was involved in a game with Chris Quantock earlier tonight for the Yorkshire belt in the amateur darts circuit. And it was a great game. Sykes took the belt away from Quanny, but Quanny might have the last laugh here tonight.
He had a seriously impressive debut, did Tom Sykes.
Game shown in the first leg.
It's a steady enough hold in leg 1.
One thing that Neil Duff has done really well over the last couple of years, when he's been playing with us, whether in Portsmouth or Southampton, is his ability to make finals. He's only won one of them, but he's gotten to a lot of finals. But he's got a problem here. Quantock is starting to play at a level that is very dangerous. I think he'll have got a lot of confidence from that 4-3 win against Spellman, becoming the first person to beat Alex. since the early portion of the week. And a 97.51 average has
140.
obviously inflated his confidence coming into this semi-final.
Yeah, talking of Tom's debut, that came on Thursday afternoon. He was first
40.
on, won 4-0 against Christopher Tonders with 101.90 average. That's the way you make a debut.
55.
Just another good dart player coming out of Yorkshire.
Yeah.
It's been happening for 50 years.
Yeah, who would have thought?
100.
There is Christopher Tonders. Hasn't gone back to Germany yet.
It's nice to see the players stay on and
91. Near the car, 96.
watch the action. They will, of course, hoping it's them the next time they grace the live lounge.
Well, now that Duff is not going to get a chance to take that 96, Quantock has got a chance to double the lead.
Go safe here, Nico.
Yeah. Stay straight, and it's double 15 again for him. It was kind to him in his previous match, and it works again. 2-0, and now Duff has got an even bigger problem.
Christopher first, game on.
He's got to break twice. And it just feels like he's being pushed into a corner by good scoring. Good 140s so far from Quantock. Again, he's averaging in the high 97s.
Yeah, showing the last one not to be a fluke. And over the longer distance match,
96.
he averaged well into the 90s in the belt match. That was over 16 legs, so he can hold this level. He's proving it. He's that type of player that seems to just sort of play himself into form. He's not
95.
the quickest out of the gate.
$41. Christopher 170.
Well, this would be something. Would have been the first one of the week.
105.
Well, Neil Duff is really starting to lag behind Chris here, who is cantering towards a possible finish line.
100.
We haven't had
65.
a 4-0 this evening. In fact, we've had every other result. It's not 3-0 yet. Duff is going to need favours here from Quantock. Favours in the name of misses.
And he needs a trouble just to
58.
put a little bit of
Christopher
pressure on this
20.
double 10. He's 50% on the scoring. He's got 3 in hand, so the stats suggest
15.
he wasn't going to miss, but he has.
142.
That happened in his first game tonight. He was constantly splitting doubles, but he was given more bites of the cherry than maybe he
100.
deserved.
Christopher 5.
This was an excellent leg up until he started missing doubles. But he
Game show on
doesn't
the
miss
third leg.
the
Chris
3-0
Quantock.
mark.
And that was a bit of a theme last week, Paul, that if he was getting his second opportunity,
Fourth leg nailed it through
more often than
first,
not, he was
game
taking
on.
it.
This is Dream Street right here. He's only got one more job to complete. Bradley Roos and
26.
Alex Spellman in the practice room right now might be looking at this and saying, I can't believe what I'm seeing.
Yeah, when you
60.
follow a game like this, and your favourite, it tends to make you a little bit jittery. You think, oh no, is it one of those kind of nights?
And some
100.
people really grab onto that favoritism tag and their chest puffs out and say, yeah, I don't mind being the one who's seen
like
as the
like
favourite.
like a peacock walking to the stage.
And then there are others who aren't too comfortable with it. This is better.
140.
Now just imagine how he would feel if he can somehow come through this semi-final.
121.
Yeah, if you can win a game like this in a semi-final to make the final, you will feel like your name is already
65.
engraved on the pot.
Doesn't hang around, this left-hander. And that's a fairly good segue, because
100.
if
The other car,
Quantock was to get the job done
170.
tonight, he'd be the first lefty into Champions Week. Bullseye for Duffman.
145.
That might indeed be the last dart he throws. Let's find out. Well, if
92.
Connie has
The
had
other
a
car,
miss
25.
at certain targets, it has been short. Double six to survive.
13.
And that could be curtains.
Digital car 32.
Yeah, that's a bit of a disaster,
Game
because
shot
that
of the
is
match, Chris
game
Quantock.
shot and the match. A 16-darter for Chris Quantock, an average of 88.41. 4 out of 9 on the doubles, a high finish of 90. Neil Duff, disappointing, 83.32. Only got 3 at a double and couldn't find either of them. When we come back after a very short break, Bradley Roos takes on Alex Spellman.
This is the MODUS Super Series. 180.
Welcome back to the Super Series, where Chris Quantock is into the final, beating Neil Duff comprehensively by 4-0. Chris Mason's alongside me up here on the balcony, and it was just a destructive job from Chris.
Yeah, he just never allowed Neil to get a foothold into the match, and when he did towards the back end of the game, there was too much pressure on it to find those doubles, and ultimately he left himself too much to do. And I'm sure the players on in our second semi-final are chomping at the bit to get on there.
Now, I spoke to you and Paul on the stage earlier on about Chris playing that belt match earlier on the scene. Because he's had a long course match, whether he'd feel warm, whether that's worked to an advantage. Do you think that has been the case in your mind?
Yeah, we both thought it certainly wasn't going to be a disadvantage. You know, although it was a long course game, 16 legs. Of course, that happened a couple of hours before. You know, it's the ideal preparation, really. If you were going to play a big TV game, you'd have a bit of a run out in the afternoon. You'd find someone to practice with, go through a few routines. So you'd have a good hour of intense practice anyway. So it's worked out perfect for him, because if there has been a bit of a flaw this week with Chris, he's just been getting out of the gate a little bit too slowly. But no drama tonight.
No, and he is into the final. We're going to find out who he faces when Bradley Woods takes on Alex Spellman. And this is an interesting game in terms of the way that both players approach the game and approach the match. Mentality-wise, perhaps a little bit different in certain aspects.
Yeah, well, it's how they deal with the downtime. You know, the players would have just seen that game. They've certainly, well, I doubt they would have expected it to be as comprehensive in terms of the scoreline, 4-0. That can sometimes put you on edge, but they'll just be keen. They'll be gagging just to get on that stage, get the match under the way, and then prep. Whoever the fortunate winner is, prep for that final.
Well, it's definitely right. We'll see that semi-final in just a few seconds' time. But we're going to see a very exciting week 9 next week here at the Super Series. And it is going to see the 2-time defending champion go for his hat-trick as Luke Little looks to make it 3 titles. But I'll tell you one thing, he's not going to have it all his own way, is he?
No, very, very tough Group A. He's been handed this time around. It is, of course, his final opportunity to win a 3rd and record-breaking Champions Week title. But I don't think he's going to have all his own way. I still make him a favourite. Not a massive favourite, which may surprise some people, just out of respect of the players in that Group A and some of the players in Group B and Group C.
One more time?
I think he will do it one more time. I think he'll want to sign off with a win. And recently he's been playing some fabulous stuff as well, banging in some big, big averages.
Luke Little looking to do it again. Can he complete the hat-trick? Right then, it is Spellman against Roos for the final spots in the final. Who is going to take on Chris Quantock in the jackpot match? Let's find out with Chris Mason, who's making his way down to the commentary box to join Paul Nicholson.
Thank you very much, Henry. It's very, very difficult to win a week. Luke Littler does it fairly simply. When he gets here to a week, he wins, he qualifies, he goes to Champions Week, and he wins the whole thing. We'll see if he can do it again next week in making the Series 5 Champions Week. As for Bradley Roos and for Alex Spellman and Chris Quantock, who was in the Week 8 final, none of them have made Champions Week before, so somebody's going to punch their ticket. Who will it be, though? Is it going to be this 34-year-old who won Group A this week? And when he went through that group, winning 14 games from 15, he beat Bradley Roos 3 times from 3. Results of 4-1, 4-0, and 4-2. And there were some big numbers in those performances as well. So will he do it again, denying the man who won Group 2 tonight?
Yes, it's...
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First
when
leg,
you've been on the
Bradley
end of
first.
such comprehensive defeats, it does sit in your mind.
But you do get the feeling that this young man has been a slightly different beast
140.
here on Saturday.
Yeah, he's growing, isn't he, in front of our very eyes. He's been a bit of a revelation this week. He certainly was on Friday, where he went through
87.
a very, very tough card. Undefeated, 5 out of 5. He has not lost a match since Thursday.
So how many games is that he's won in a row now? Because he's won 2 here tonight. He obviously won 5 yesterday, so that's 7. And Thursday was a long time ago. If you're constantly coming through these doors and not tasting defeat, let's face facts. Your confidence is going to grow with every win you get.
The last match he lost was match number 10 on Thursday against John Worsley, who averaged 100.12 and was 4 out of 4 on the doubles. Pretty unplayable. He did bounce back from that with a 4-1 win over James Richardson. So he is 8-0. Is that right? Yeah, 8-0.
8-0.
Yeah.
That sounds familiar.
2-0.
8 different scorers. Who'd have thunk it? I wonder if Mr. Spellman is a Carolina Panther.
Bradley card 20.
Then again, he might not be. Bradley Roos needs double 10 for a touchdown in leg 1.
Game shot on the first leg.
No
Bradley
problem.
Roos.
14 darts.
Handled the pressure very well with the max from Spellman. He didn't flicker.
Second leg, Alex to through first. Game on.
You could say that's a birdie.
Yeah, oh, definitely.
Well, I wanted to create this game that we could maybe turn into some sort of tournament format
58.
where 15 darts is par, 14 is a birdie, 13 is an eagle, 12 is an albatross, and so on and so on. And then you have to tell the player to go up there on their own, and then when they're finished, you get someone else to play a leg, and then you got to play 5 legs to have an accumulative score over the 5 legs that you complete, and then you have a cut.
140.
Not about playing other people, it's about playing the board only, and every leg is completed. And you have an over par score, level, or indeed under par.
140.
And you could have a handicap system then, of course.
Yes, you could. You heard it here first at the MODUS Super Series. And then you could maybe have some sort of Ryder Cup format, which I was screaming for on X this week.
Yeah, I'd love to see a Ryder Cup in darts.
Yeah, Great Britain and Ireland versus the rest of the world. Before anybody talks about Europe versus the United States, that wouldn't quite work in darts, but GB and I versus the rest of the world would be very, very good.
Well, let's do it here at the Super Series, just to prove it works, even at amateur level.
Yep. At the end of every season, just before the World Championship. A winter spectacular.
Week-long Ryder Cup of darts.
65.
Well, if Luke Littler wins another week and then another Champions Week, we might as well just call the cup after him before he goes to the Pro Tour. The Littler Trophy at the age of 17.
Yeah, and we could do one of them little cups like the Ashes.
56.
The Littler Club.
Double top for 2-0. Oh, how good is that? Spellman has come a very long way to try and get to Champions Week. It might be Bradley Roos who's checking him into the flight.
Yeah, 103.66 after 2 legs completed. Spellman, 10 points back. 93.67.
60.
He looks hungry. Sometimes young European players are very hard to read, especially the players from Scandinavia. Got this really good gift of hiding their emotions when under pressure.
100.
But Bradley is not that hard to read. He looks hungry.
Yeah, you look at a lot of the Scandinavian Formula One drivers, they are absolutely stoic and fearless
121.
and give you nothing. Literally, even in an interview.
Youngest person in Champions Week so far
131.
is Anton Östlund. Mid-20s. Oldest winner
140.
so far. I haven't double-checked that one yet. It's definitely somebody over 50. Oh, this is good. It needs to be brilliant.
140.
It's not brilliant, but it's very good. What says Bradley can find a 140 to leave tops? It's the kind of that kind of feeling about this one.
100.
Yeah, very good last start.
130.
Just beautifully just dropped it in.
He had a 124 earlier on the bullseye, and it was key in his game with John Worsley. He was
52.
hopeful that Dart 2 was in, but it
80.
wasn't. If this goes in, Spellman needs 4 straight legs to make the final.
Well, Bradley's holding his levels during this leg. Spellman's raised his game. Oh no. I think he was so concerned, Paul,
40.
of catching that flight. Should have just moved left. And again, it's just an experience.
Can Alex make him pay? He can.
The third leg.
That
Alex
might just
Spellman.
change this semi-final.
Yes, the mentality could switch.
Fourth leg, Alex to throw first. Game on.
This has been a really good standard, this semi-final. Had winning legs of 14 and 15 for Bradley, and that was a 15 for Alex. And it was, more importantly, Paul,
83.
a break back.
We did say that Neil Duff needed breaks in his semi-final. He wasn't able to get as much as a leg. So the WDF World Champion is not going to be part of Champions Week. It's very much a push throw, isn't it? There's a little bit of
99.
shoulder involved. Poised action, not too quick. I think this is a lovely throw, but I don't think
100.
it's fully evolved yet.
Well, being Dutch, Nico, I expect him to grow a little bit.
Yeah, he's probably got another 6 or 7 inches to go.
Just to be average.
Yeah, average height in the
140.
Netherlands is about 6'6".
Oh, I'm almost 6 foot with my shoes
57.
on. Over there, I feel absolutely tiny.
The only way I'm going to be 6 foot is if I go to a fancy dress party dressed as a spider and have 2 legs cut off.
139. Bradley Car
Get you a pair of them
164.
goth boots, Nico.
The old stilt boots. This one's not going to go. So Spellman, who found that
39.
lovely check out at the
Alex
end of the
Car
last
40.
leg, could indeed turn this
Game shot
on
the
its
fourth
head
leg. Alex
with a
Spellman.
13 darter. He still needs a break of throw, but he's very much in this semi-final now.
Yeah, we've had a
Fifth leg, Bradley to throw first. Game on.
back-to-back leg spell for Bradley, and then a back-to-back spell for
95.
Alex. And now the real mistakes, but Bradley's looking edgy and Spellman is looking interested. Oh dear, oh dear.
Plays with your emotions a game like this,
80.
doesn't it? Because 2-0, you're thinking, right, I'll just replicate what I've just done and I'll win. Next thing you know, you miss a shot, your opponent gets back within one, then they take the next leg and you think, oh no, here we go again. This is going to be really tight.
Well,
60.
I can sense it. I can see it. Bradley's getting a little bit tight because those darts are starting to go in lower and lower, and that is an indication of either the overgrip, the engagement of the tricep, or maybe letting them go a little bit too early.
140.
And we haven't seen anything like this from Spellman tonight. No. This is over 101 all of a sudden. It's proper darts. Mind you, so is that.
Yeah, that's a third in this semi-final for Bradley Rose, and he needed it, didn't he? He was beginning to look like he was going to get swallowed up by Spellman.
140.
This is a high-quality semi-final.
Yeah, this is the best game we've seen all night by some distance. Well, that's 1-1 in that department.
Oh, he's given that dart daggers.
Well, that was a genuine bouncer, wasn't it? It wasn't what we see more frequently
40.
now, where it's a
Alex
deflection.
141.
Came off the wire.
The only bright side is he's left 126, which is very gettable. Here's another bright side. He gets a look at it. And he might have to hit it.
He wasn't aiming there, I can assure you. He was aiming at the open portion of the treble. So 419s on ball. 6 of them for double six, so it's going to have to find the treble. No. He's
54.
just come undone here.
Alex Ricard, 36.
Oh, how good is this from Spellman?
Back-to-back 13s, Paul. And 3 on the spin now in 15, 13 and 13. He has found
Alex through first.
the level of play he was touching in Group A.
Is he finding his best stuff at the right time?
Well, that's what we say about these finals nights, isn't it? It's all about timing your run. He looks to have timed his run to the
81.
final to perfection. Bradley was averaging over 103 at one point. After a couple of legs, his average has gone down to 95.
83.
Where Spellman is up to 102.55. He's put about 17 points on his average since leg 2.
He could be on a collision course with Quantock
49.
once again. They played each other in game 5 tonight. Spellman lost that by 4 legs to 3. That was the game where Quantock averaged over 97, the performance of the night so far. But this, from Spellman, is better than that.
How costly will be that dart out of the board, Nico, on, what was he on, 80?
Yeah. One mistake in best of 7 darts can be fatal.
99.
I think that will turn out to be fatal. He was so conscious of the dart that was just over the 60 that was really sat up. If he'd have gone anywhere near that flight, it probably would have got drawn into the 60.
How many players these days forget 60. That there's a small 20 there you could possibly use? I know it's a risky shot, but it almost eliminates the possibility of...
I just think just move left and throw into an open target.
Yeah, listen to
59.
your Uncle Chris Mason, because he knows exactly what he's talking about. His angle of entry for darts is exactly the same as yours, Bradley.
Yep.
You've got to try and find a better angle to go around the blocker. In this case, just give it a good old thwack. Just like that.
180, number 4. Well, he's dominating the scoring. The average is 98.71 Bradley. Alex, 98.78.
Well, now what do you do?
39. Bradley O'Carr, 38.
Angle of entry states that the split shot here is probably the play.
Correct.
Because the last thing you want to do is go for double 19 with dart 2 with a blocker. However, this is what we're talking about.
Yep.
Now you've got to give it a good old thwack to the left. Oh, how good was that?
The 6 leg.
Your week is on the line. You've only got 1/3 of a bed to aim at and you hit it. That is a world-class shot from a world-class young star.
Seventh and final leg,
Was
Bradley to first.
absolutely
Game on.
remarkable. I'd love to have had a look from the camera that looks over the shoulder just to see how much he could see. We probably wouldn't have seen the dart going because it would have been masked by darts 1 and 2. But well, when those kind of shots go in, it fills you with confidence. You just grow.
16.
How many darts, or should I say how many visits, is it going to take to get to the finish line here? It's not about how many darts it is, it's about visits.
93.
If you can get this done in 4 visits, you win. If you can get it done in 5, it's very likely.
Yeah, how many times have you been in this situation, Nico, and you just say to yourself, come on, just a 15. Just a 15, and that's 180, number 5.
He's got more 180s in this game than he's got tons. Scoring-wise, this really has been
55.
A phenomenal display from Bradley.
Yeah, it's right up there with Game of the Week. It's just been back and forth. We're still yet to have, Nico, a leg exceed 5 visits in the entire match. Winning legs for Bradley of 14 and 15. Then we had that spell from Alex of 15, 13 and 13. And we just had a 15 from Bradley. And he's on course for that number you mentioned, Nico,
44.
the 12.
Bradley O'Carr,
Forcing a 9 out of your opponent.
This would be some way to make the final. Another. Maybe a bit of a blessing because temptation has been taken away.
I was just going to say that, Nico. I think that may be a blessing in disguise.
130.
Well, it's going to be 5 visits to get the match done.
Yeah, and that will continue the theme of this match. A match which has been played at a seriously high level.
Bradley O'Carr, 40.
Double top. And it will ensure that tonight's final will have England versus the Netherlands. That's the case. Bradley, who missed out on a final in the previous series, will have a chance to get to one better than what he did against Neil Duff in Series 4. A great performance, averaging 99.09. Spellman, who won Group A this week, does not win Week 8. He only got 3 darts at a double. He did hit them all, but he didn't give himself enough chances because the scoring, and in particular those 5 180s from Bradley Roos, just suffocated him at times. Our final tonight will be Chris Quantock against Bradley Roos, and it's not far away.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it is final time here in Week 8. And it's going to see Bradley Roos back in a weekly final. He got the better of Alex Spellman 4-3 before the break, hitting 5 maximums en route to that win. Paul the Asset Nicholson's been watching all of the action down in the commentary box. And you know what? In what's one of the biggest games this week, he came up with a big performance.
I think there's a very fair case to say that is the performance of the week. Alex Spellman had 3 darts at a double, hit all 3. He took his chances when they were there. And it's not like he wasn't scoring well. He was scoring very impressively. But unfortunately, he ran into Bradley Roos, who had the darts by virtue of winning his group as well. And that was key in the end. And he was able to run to the finish line. And it didn't take him long to get there.
I suppose it would have been so easy as well, Bradley having the opportunity to go fill up in the piece. Alex Spellman then comes straight back at him. It could have been so easy for a player with perhaps the inexperience of, compared to Alex, of Bradley to cave in.
Yeah, Chris and I were talking about a certain shot in that match where Bradley's got 80 points. He's got a small 20. He's trying to find an extra 60, but he misses the board with dart 2. We thought that that was a turning point for Alex. It could have been, but the way that Bradley was able to almost recover from that, or recover from what could have been a capitulating situation, brilliant. It shows that he's very mature for 19 years of age.
And into a second final in 2 appearances here. His record's as good as anything.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I think nothing will deter him in this final. It's going to have to be another performance like that. But if you were to offer him the final at the start of the week, he wouldn't be happy. And I think that's a really good sign for someone so young. They're hungry to win. Nothing feels like winning. And to be here, the last person standing at the end of the week, and an invitation back to Champions Week, that's what everybody wants. And he spoke about it with you in an interview earlier tonight. Nothing else will do.
Nothing else will do. Well, he is into the final. He's going to take on Chris Quantock. We'll talk a bit more about that in a couple of moments' time. But next week is an exciting week. Just another confirmation of the field that we're going to see. And you're going to be in the commentary box for this. And goodness me, you're going to have a fantastic week in that booth.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about Group A. Andy Bolton, Białecki, they were on a collision course in the previous series. So it'll be interesting to see what they do against each other. Our friend Patrick is back. Looking forward to seeing him. Willem Mandigas is probably going to be the person going under the radar in that group because all of the attention is going to be on everybody else. We've spoken about Lukla. We'll speak a lot about Alex Merckx as well, but don't forget about Harry Ward. Very good player from Derbyshire, and you just get the feeling that if there is a surprise to be sprung, it might come from Big H. But don't forget about Jelle Klaassen either. He's been playing for the Netherlands and Denmark this week in the World Cup, and he's played some superb stuff under pressure. He will be ready.
And just like Luke, is looking for a hat-trick of Champions Week appearances in a row as well. So that's going to be a really interesting week. Paul Nicholson's going to be a part of the broadcast team from 9:30 on Monday morning. But we have got a final for you, and we're going to see Chris Quantock and Bradley Roos fight it out for the £5,000 top prize and join this list of players that are going to make their way through to Champions Week. Well, it's all about Sweden so far as far as this phase is concerned. Anton Oslund and Andreas Harrison really doing Scandinavia proud.
On the just. I actually spoke to Anton last week in Budapest at the Hungarian Darts Trophy, and he put in a really good performance in his first round match there against Vladimir Andersen of Denmark. He was superb, so his confidence after winning his week has definitely started to breed into his other exploits. Andreas Harrison getting into Champions Week, make no mistake, Anton is thrilled. And he would love to be in the same group as a fellow Swede because that will make him feel even more comfortable. But as it stands, and including whoever wins this final, the favourite still is Daryl Pilgrim because of the way he's playing.
We're going to see them at the end of October here at the Super Series. But who are we going to see back on this stage of Champions Week? Chris Quantock against Bradley Roos. And I feel like this is kind of a final. We can't really budge them.
Not really. Based on the performances that we've seen from them tonight, anything's possible. It might even be the bullseye that separates them. Whoever has the throw in, possibly leg 7. We saw it was the case in the semi-final for Bradley. Bring it on. I can't wait to see who wins this.
Right, we are not going to wait any longer. We'll let Paul make his way down to the commentary box where he's going to join Chris Mason for all the commentary of the final. It's Chris Quantock against Bradley Roos to see who's going to be the Week 8 champion.
Thank you very much, Henry. And, oh, what a final. we could have in store. This is week 8 of 12 in terms of qualification for Champions Week. Final couple of practice turns before our referee, Paul Hinks, calls the players forward. And we get this one underway. Bradley Roos, 19 from Den Haag. Against Chris Quantock, 32 from York.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg is Bradley through first.
Who won the ball. So
Game on.
he gets the honours.
It's been a really intriguing night.
140.
Where we've seen these two climb to the top of the cream of the crop of week 8.
100.
If you predicted this final with the likes of Spellman and Duff and Cole and Worsley, you know more about darts than I do.
45.
Because we had John Worsley, former weekly champion. Neil Duff, former weekly champion. Jared Cole, winner of a weekly title in another venue. And Spellman, who was dominant in Group A.
Well, we did.
None of them are in this final.
Yeah, but we did have some trepidation with Alex, didn't we? Because of what happened last time and the enormity of the situation in terms of the financial investment of him being here. But you said with Henry at the top that there was very little to choose between them, and that's backed up with the stats, isn't it?
It is. We'll get onto that at the start of leg 2, but who's going to take this first leg? Bradley, who won the bullseye, has started a little bit slower. He's got scar tissue in finals because he's been in one and lost it. Quantock is in new territory, and sometimes that's a good thing.
Yeah, sometimes ignorance can be bliss.
Game
and I like that play, Nico, because you didn't even think about the treble there.
I can tell you why. Because he didn't want to go for double 11 again.
And it double 14, but it is a 15 dart breaker throw, the perfect start to this final.
Throughout the course of the night, Bradley has averaged 90.74 and 50% on his doubles. That's really useful. But 7 maximums as well.
140.
Inflated that a lot in the semi-finals, didn't he?
Yeah, had 5, didn't he?
Yeah, Quantock, 88.52, 38% on the doubles
96.
with 4 maximums. It's good, but we have seen larger stats than that being eliminated before finals. He's just been effective against the people he's played.
And very efficient.
58.
And with those kind of stats going into this match, there's no obvious difference. Yes, there's a slight improvement in Bradley's running average to Quanny's, but it's not enough. It's not like you've got someone averaging over a ton with someone averaging 92s, and that tells us that they're requiring that sit visit.
Yeah, good point. The last time Bradley was on 170, he had 130 to leave tops.
WK 170.
And it was only a couple of legs ago.
Can't believe Paul Hinks didn't go 7.
I can't believe he's not here next week and he's not going to be able to say Boogard.
60.
Broke my heart, that, honestly.
Well, he did call
58.
127 finishes this week, and there was no 127 in game.
Oh, well, that's just not cricket. Treble 18 not found, so Quantock is still in the leg.
54.
As they say in Yorkshire, by skin at teeth.
140.
You never know, though.
WK 56.
Bradley makes a mistake. Quanny could be in here. And remember, he won his semi-final by 4 legs to 0.
He should have, double 12. Oh, double 3. Well, I don't think we've seen this before at the
50.
Super Series. I remember Wes Newton going for 78. Treble 18, double 9, double 3 against me, but tops for Kwani. Oh, is it
Game
your
show in the
night,
second
son?
leg. Chris Quantock.
Your favourite saying, Mace, is when your name's on pot, lad. And that is a Yorkshire phrase.
First. Game on.
It was a phrase told to me by the great, one of the all-time greats, Dennis Priestley. A personal favourite of yours, wasn't he, Paul?
Oh, yeah, for many reasons.
100.
I was actually with Dennis in Barnsley one time, and he found out I was looking for a house.
81.
He said, I know a good house that's for sale. You come with me on the day after the Barnsley was finished. I said, yeah, okay. Turned up in Mexborough, and he said, my family house is for sale. I could have bought Dennis Priestley's house.
180.
It wasn't right for me, but honestly, if I was a millionaire, I would have bought it and just looked at it.
83.
Well, it's another maximum for Bradley.
Yeah, number 8 for this evening. Oh, is it going to be followed by number 9?
140.
He's got to get a move on.
Yep. And he's got to get a move on the Quantock throw.
140.
He's won his last 7 legs in a row, has Kwani. He'll feel bulletproof right now. Double 16.
65.
Remember, Bradley's not lost the game since match number 10 on Thursday afternoon.
139.
But these two
WK
met
16.
twice in Group C, and Bradley won them both. One 4-1, the other 4-3.
This is an important dart.
Game shot on
How
the third
good is
leg.
that?
Bradley Ruth.
Well, people in sports who have to have experienced it to understand it. Well, if you've ever played the game and had the satisfaction of just being able to run down the side of a dart like that, it gives you tremendous confidence and satisfaction.
You could say it's the leg streak against the game streak. Something's got to go. Something's has got to give.
100.
This is not a format where you can have draws.
Well, someone's O's got to go tonight, of course, because neither player has lost a game. Both are unbeaten in the group phases.
You can't say any fairer than that. They have been the 2 best players tonight because, like Chris says, they haven't
100.
lost.
Well, 2 single 19s. This is bonus. Oh, how about that?
171.
It's not a 180, but it's a max on the 19s. And he's down to 94 after 9.
He needs another maximum. He might just get it. That is so good.
Chris Quantock 94.
It sends a message to Quantock as if to say, I'm going to be very hard to dispose of. Let's find out if he can put the exclamation point on leg 4.
121.
This will change this final.
Yeah. This could be pivotal. We can still finish treble 17.
$57.
Quantock's had 3 darts at double in this final. He's about to get his 4th.
29.
They could be the most costly misses of his week so far.
Yeah, although he did have a missed dart at double, he still got the double in that turn. So he's going to get 1 at 32 for 2-2.
Shot of the
brilliant dart
leg.
under
Bradley
pressure.
Ruth.
And a 15 dart break of throw gives Bradley back-to-back legs in 14 and
This leg,
15.
Bradley to throw first.
A 180 in each of those legs.
Game on.
You know, we were talking about Jurjen van der Veld's sister earlier. I just realised, if she marries Bradley Roos, she'll be Roos Roos. Make it happen.
100.
I met someone called Mason Mason.
Yeah?
Yeah. Incredibly a very popular
59.
first name. But
Yeah, Pittsburgh Steelers' 3rd-string quarterback's called Mason Rudolph. He's not related to any sort of red-nosed reindeer.
Mason Whitlock.
100.
Simon's son.
We do actually have Quantock Senior
We do.
in the building here tonight, watching
100.
Quantock Junior.
Our pal from way back when.
Probably feeling quite nervous right now.
Yeah, he's right at the back of the stage.
$60.
All of a sudden, this game is being played.
100.
That is Quanny Senior.
It's been played around that 90 average mark, which is both encouraging and susceptible.
85.
Yeah, exactly that. It makes for an exciting game when they're both hovering around that mark and pretty much hovering around their running averages for the night.
Bradley Car 156.
Chris Quantock is it 7 140s to Bradley Roos's 3.
This is definitely the nitty-gritty. How gritty can you be, Chris? Double top. He's now 3-2 up. A great game of darts.
That was absolutely class to instantly break back with a 102 out. 15 dart
game on.
Leg for Chris Quantock.
The 64 out, the celebration from Bradley. The 102 out, the celebration from the Yorkshireman.
Well, it just felt like the game was turning, didn't it? It felt like it was going the way of Bradley Roos, who was sat there waiting on 8-8 after
58.
a great 140, thinking, I'm going 3-2 up here. Chris Quantock had other ideas.
100.
And it'll certainly soften the blow from losing that Yorkshire and Humberside ADC belt earlier on this afternoon.
There's a phrase that is not used as much these days for maybe the right reasons.
60.
And it's a phrase that actually Gary Robson said to me when I was younger, when he was playing against Davy Richardson in a local game up in the northeast. And he
100.
said, that's the kind of game that separates the men from the boys. Now, because we do have 2 young men on the stage, it's
60.
one of those shots, that 102, that separates the men from the boys.
Absolutely. And it may well be separating the winner and the runner-up. It may well be separating them for about $2.5 grand. The winner takes away 5,000 and a place in Champions Week. The runner-up takes away 2,500.
It might be double heartbreak for Bradley Roos. Could be a really tidy setup here for Quanny.
That's a happy accident, Nico.
61.
He gets the single 20 when he's got 60 left. Bradley can do nothing from this position. 8 140s and 8 tons in this final for Quanny. And he's playing in leg 6. It's entirely in his hands.
180.
And that might be a parting gift from Roos. Because it's glory for Yorkshire on the stage for Quanny. He's made it to Champions Week, and week number 8 is his. He hits 8 140s, 8 tons, and gets 4 legs to win week 8. Nobody fancied him tonight, but he fancied himself. He has won this final, Chris Mason, by 4 legs to 2.
Yeah, deserved winner in the end. Went through the card tonight completely unbeaten, and wow, that 102 finish was certainly a game changer. 50% on the doubles, which was where Bradley Roos was going into tonight's final. But a fabulous performance. Twice as many 140s as Bradley, and a lot of the damage was done during that scoring phase. So Chris Quantock is our 8th weekly winner, and he is about to receive that trophy on stage with our presenter, Henry.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris Mason, Chris Quantock. Many, many congratulations. Weekly winner. Just sum up how you're feeling right now.
I don't know. quality. That's all I can say. Didn't expect it. Played well when I needed to, and yeah, got away with it early on. But I'm happy.
We spoke earlier on this evening, and you were kind of talking about, look, you're just going to take every single moment as it comes, every single game as it comes. And do you feel like just that, not carefree attitude, but that relaxed nature kind of helped you at points tonight when maybe it was a little bit stressful?
Yeah, I think so. Basically, like I say, never say never, but obviously if you're going to win, just take your chances, basically. That's all I've done tonight.
We've seen you do a lot, obviously, in the professional ranks of the game, but doing something like this, picking up something like this, how much does that prove to yourself, prove your game, prove Chris Quantock as a player?
I think it just means that I'm still capable of doing it, I can still play with the best people, and all I can say is when I went to target launch, I spoke to Nathan, and Nathan said, just win ugly. And I think I've done that a few times today, and throughout the week, so quite happy with that.
Is this competition giving you a real hunger for the game?
Yeah, I think so. I'm chuffed to bits that I won it. I never, to be fair, when I come in, I never thought I would. But like I say, I just take every game as it comes and see what happens.
Well, it's been a bit of a family affair because Dad's in the audience this evening. He's at the back of the room, probably the proudest man in the building, but goodness me, I was watching the final from the back of the stage. You were giving him kittens back there.
Yeah, to be fair, he travelled down with me this time, and we got here, and he obviously didn't realise that he couldn't have any guests. So he's been in the hotel room, bless him, all week, and obviously Saturday he's got here, and I'm just glad I've actually won it, give him something to sort of be here for.
I think you've definitely repaid the favour, that is for sure. Right, yeah. Chris, I'm just going to take that microphone off you because that trophy is yours. I'm going to let you have the opportunity to lift it. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for the week is Chris Quantock. And it's a very proud dad taking photos, 10 to the dozen. Very proud moment for father and for son. Chris, I'll let you head off and enjoy that trophy. Have some more selfies, some more pictures. And I'm going to bring Paul Nicholson onto the stage to talk about what we've seen this evening. And look, we've seen Chris have a go at the professional ranks of the game and do some good stuff. But to win something like this, what kind of indication will that give him?
I think sometimes Chris has said that hunger has been lacking in his career. He's had some ups and downs. Obviously, he's been on the Pro Tour. He's had some good wins. But I think somebody like Chris needs a platform, something to vault them in the right direction. And I think everybody, including us tonight, we were talking about Spellman, we were talking about Duff, we were talking about other people. And maybe we underestimated just how good Chris Quantock could be right now. And sometimes you need inspiration. I think there are plenty of people in his life right now who are giving him the inspiration to maybe kick back onto where he wants to be. He's going to be the first left-hander into Champions Week, and he's going to represent Yorkshire fabulously. I think he's done a superb job tonight, and that 102 checkout is going to be the stuff of dreams for the next few days for him. It was key in that final.
Was that final an example of, for all the scoring flair and the maverickness you can have, timing is everything?
Timing is everything. You can have great shots. You can have great legs. But as long as you can get the right things done at the right time, like hitting a 102 to really break your opponent's spirit and heart at that time, that can have such a massive ripple effect, and it did in that final.
How nice must it be to have a moment? He's still there talking to his dad. And actually, Tom Sykes, who he played in the belt match earlier on this evening, was also talking to him. These are precious memories. These are special memories. These are moments, no matter what you do, you cannot take away.
You can't take these things away, that's for sure. And one thing's for sure, he's like a bungee cord because he's coming back. And when you enjoy an experience like this and you want more success, that invitation that you're definitely coming back in a month's time, it makes you motivated to do what you need to do for the next 4 weeks, which is create sharpness coming into what's going to be a fabulous Champions Week in late October.
As for Bradley Roos, second time here at the Super Series, second time he's lost in the jackpot match. He's had another fantastic campaign, just came up short in the final.
It happens for people like that. Just look at Neil Duff. Multiple times second position. You've got to keep knocking on that door until it falls over. And Bradley Roos will be back. He's been fabulous this week. We will see him again.
Well, it's been great to have your company. Enjoy next week.
Oh, I will. It's going to be superb.
Well, Paul Nicholson's going to be a part of the team alongside Matt Edgar and Chris Murphy for all of the action, which begins Monday morning from 9:30 here on Sporty Stuff TV and, of course, on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Well, as far as Week 8 is concerned here at the MODUS Super Series, well, Kwani was swanning towards Super Series glory. Take care. Bye-bye for now.